Well, we've got a black screen right now. I guess when I take so the previous show was black.
1962 NPS report on
Oh shit, because you guys one out. Well, yeah, so right now the YouTube channel is black, the screen is black. Why, is that okay? We're live on YouTube right now.
My teeth are Okay, thanks. So we're gonna start officially at 12:20, so we can see set off. How are you? Welcome. I'm alright. Are we expecting one? Oh, I know. How's the emergency stuff?
Sorry, I'm
We were gonna start at 12:20.
looking at I created a scene called Welcome to doing something, but this is preview program, right? So on the left side, preview welcome, so how do I send it first?
Andrew?
No way. That's working. Okay, now how do I send scene to that? And that's black window.
How you doing?
How's your beach?
Luckily I don't live on it.
Yeah, we're live. Hey, is the YouTube video?
Like to do-
Our studio code. Yeah, okay, so YouTube, we're looking at. I can see what you're seeing on YouTube. That's it.
It's weird, man.
Okay, how do I pause the video feed? Just stop streaming. I guess you've seen black.
Yeah. Do I have a link to that?
Figure it out.
Oh, all the way
Something officially separated Alicia. I made it through this one. Terrible. Amazing job. And then I was a civil engineer.
Everybody just wanted to know we're allowed.
We're live? Okay, great. Just about ready to start here. Too many windows open, I'm just gonna close my eyes. This thing.
So you'll see the civil engineer project of the year. This is the one that I'm only looking
Is everyone connected to that?
Yep.
Did we get that password, or is it just?
There's no password. At least I can have it.
Conference room?
Yeah.
Ah,
It'll pop up with a join something, we don't have.
I guess it's still on my- No. Did you have to fill in all this stuff? Trying to know?
Just the cancel here, yeah.
Oh. All right. All right. Well, thank you all for being here. And thank you to Lucian for hosting us with lunch included. We really appreciate it. And for setting us up with a projector. And thanks to all the panel members and those joining us. We are obviously here to work on the structures, effective structures report that we have been drafting as a group. I think we're all here except we're missing Ruby and Andrea, so thank you all for making the time to be here in person. We have until about 5. My general plan was to address a bunch of questions that I see within the document, and then I have a list of things that I need further work, and I thought we could add to that list as needed or delete from it as needed, and then spend a little bit of time just co-working, conferring with each other as needed to finish out some of the sections that need a little bit more work before they're a complete draft. And then I thought we'd leave a little time at the end to talk about where we need to go from here, what's still left to be done, and how do we get to something that everyone is comfortable with us sharing with the CRC, and then I'm set to present in June, mid-June. A quick update before we kind of go through a list of questions and topics, and I also just keep in mind anything you want to make sure that we add to the list of things to discuss, because I'll ask you in a minute if you have anything you want to make sure is on the list. For the economic impact section, it's been a little bit tricky to get support on that, but with the help of Martin, got some good feedback from Chris that I have been working with a little bit, and I also did reach out to Craig Landry, who Brad and I have both worked with in the past, and he of course knows well, because he was at ECU, and I now have Craig's willingness to assist with some text that I'll be providing him, kind of working with some of what Chris sent. I'll be revising and adding some references and working with some materials that Craig sent, and then Craig's going to work with me to revise and edit so that it's something that has the stamp of an economist. And this is just a section that will be, we were asked to provide, CRC asked us to provide a section on what would an overall economic analysis look like if you were considering putting in a hard structure or a structure that traps sand. So this will be kind of a high level. These are the things that you want to consider and keep in mind, timeframes, factors. And so we do now have someone on board to help us with that. Again, it will be relatively short and sweet and high level, but we'll have some key references in there, and hopefully it will provide what the CRC is looking for. I think for a more in-depth consideration of what an economic analysis would really look like, that requires more in-depth with economists directly, and that's something that could be pursued later. So thank you, Martin, for helping.
So that's pretty high level,
Yes.
but doesn't include, doesn't include an analysis, an economic analysis on the habitat.
Yeah.
It does.
So it will. I mean, that's
Okay.
what I want to make sure we put in there. I know there's a new report that was, comes out of a collaboration between the Water Institute and the Army Corps of Engineers that talks about how to provide valuation of economic, ecological benefits and costs. And so I'd like to work that in with Craig's help.
Okay.
And so,
Yeah, I wasn't
yeah.
sure if Craig or Chris, if they do that.
They
Chris
might.
does.
Chris does?
Chris does.
He told me
So-
it's all fisheries work.
Okay.
And I might be able to, with Martin's help, sort of ask Chris to weigh in on what has been crafted with Craig's help, and
Yeah.
so that we can, put both of their names in the mix. But Chris is very, it's a short time for
Yeah.
all of us. And
Yeah.
so, I think we'll be able to get to the point that there's some guidance and some resources that can be given.
Yeah.
But yes, the
I
ecological
think-
piece is important, both on the benefits and the adverse
Right,
effects.
especially if you're looking at developing some sort of ROI analysis, right? I mean, it shouldn't just be dollars, but
No,
sort of-
yeah. Well, and how do you value and valuing each state, different each states is also
Right.
is a part of that. The other thing that comes in that, as I've been working on that, I did want us to discuss, and I'll just put a little bookmark in, is the 30-year time window. Because usually economic analyses are done with a 30-year window in mind, because the lifetime of the home is considered 30 years, which is the length of a mortgage, right? But with plenty of homes that have been on the coast for far longer than 30 years, and it's not that after 30 years, there's a sense of, oh, well, I don't have to worry about protecting my investment any longer. So the 30 years is a default. I'd like to maybe make a comment regarding what timeframe perhaps is worth considering extending.
30 years was the longest they could get away with in 1978.
And it's the same for setbacks. But
Keep in mind, they put a 2 foot per year erosion rate as a minimum, without knowing what the erosion rate was. Ken's numbers show that the median erosion rate is now something close to 1 foot per year, a little over 1 foot.
but the standard deviation on that's pretty high.
Well, the point being that for over about half the state, the actual setback for 30 years is 60 years.
because it's the average is more. Right, I see what you're saying. But this is also for economic canal, I'm talking more about, well, there's that, and I agree there as well, in areas with high erosion rates, 30 years would be short compared to areas where loading remains low. But for the economic analysis, it's often just a 30-year window that's considered.
I guess my concern is, how are they gonna analyze a beach community with no beach as an economic impact?
This is a conversation that, well, no beach is there's a cost to having no beach,
I know.
right?
How do they put a cost on it?
That's for the economists to tell us.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing. that-
That's the kind of thing
that
we're
Chris
getting
has
up
done.
with.
I mean, he
So-
does it through
Yeah.
writing and things like that.
So let me just show you, oh, go ahead, Brad.
Craig has done, and work too.
Yeah.
But-
There are ways.
Well, Chris, in fact, was recommending the contact. Craig. I think those-
Chris recommended Craig. Chris recommended Craig, yes. And, yes, so I think we're gonna be in good shape for what was asked. Okay, so, how about if I just quickly tell you the things that I have on the list for us to discuss, and then we can see if there's anything we want to add. So let's avoid diving into any of these right now. I'm just laying on the table sort of what I think we want to get through. I know Spencer wants to show some slides early on, and I want to make sure that we have on here anything that we want to make sure to discuss today while we're in person, so that we can make sure we have time to do that, and also leave time to do some co-working. So I wanted to just talk about the use of the phrase stabilization. Wanted to talk briefly about some specifics in the document, like jetties are mentioned in bulkheads, but those aren't really erosion control structures for the open ocean coast, so I have to address that. We had a really nice outline, but it also has led us to have a little bit of redundancy, and some redundancy is good. Too much redundancy might be detrimental, and so I want to talk a little bit about where is it that we want to be redundant on purpose, and where is it that we might want to do a little reorganizing, just to streamline things. I also want to talk about how many effects of shoreline hardening we want to include and where, because there are many. There's sort of the primary one, right, which has to do with the fact that shifting the dune and the beach, fixing the back shore means that the dune and the beach can't migrate as erosion continues, and so you eventually lose the beach and may just not have a beach at all. But there are several other factors, and do we want to go into all of these? Do we want to highlight some, and where is a question I want us to talk about? Spencer suggested that maybe we need to include some alongshore sand transport volumes. I think that's tricky, but if there are data out there that would allow us to do that, we can talk about that briefly.
One I know is we're in Pilkey with the dump truck going back behind them.
The dump trucks are a wonderful measure.
The practical limits of the first approach in the section on overall approaches, just want to briefly discuss that. And then here's a little bit more meat. I wanted to talk about the case studies. Do we have enough of them? Do we have the right ones? Are there any open ocean barrier coast examples of borings or seawalls that we can include, even if they're not from North Carolina? I think that would be instructive. And then, do we want to include a short section on what other states are doing? Commissioner Hennessy provided me with a nice table that was pretty comprehensive. I don't think we'll be able to go into that much detail, but there are a few states that have been making changes to their policies regarding hard structures and sand trapping measures, and it might be instructive to share what we know about those places as a complement to.
What was the table? Just different states, what they're doing, or did you?
Pass it around. Well, it was summary of some of the policies that,
Okay.
the policies that different coastal states have in place.
Gotcha.
And then, maybe we save this for the end of the day after we've done some work. We've answered these questions for ourselves and done some additional work. Do we want to include a short recommendation section at the end? We can do that. Some of the things that I just put up here, a couple of things that I thought might be the start to something like that. I think calling out trade-offs and the need to really carefully consider them is something that would be reasonable to And then I have a long list of things that need, well, I have a list of things that need perhaps some more focused work. Although I do feel like there's quite a bit in there already, and it's coming along. I think we can get there. So these are the things that I wanted to make sure we touch on. What else is on your mind, having read through the draft and knowing where we are now, that you want to add to this list? Make sure we discuss in person. Reed has something.
No, it's a lot. It's a lot
It's a lot.
to try and tackle. It's a lot to try and cover in a single report. In the short time that we've had, I mean, there's been some interesting discussions that have come up that I've had more recently about, if we had the time to get more data from North Carolina shorelines. I mean, we've had this discussion, I think, at our last meeting of sandbags, sort of I think the misconception that sandbags aren't hardened structures. And there are lots of places where we've had sandbags along North Carolina shorelines for several years. I mean, it would be interesting to have the opportunity, the time to zoom in on some of those along North Carolina, to look at the changes above and below around those shorelines. But
Well, Overbrook example would be pretty easy to, is that in our case studies? Overbrook sandbags could be a case study.
I don't think so. But again, time,
I know.
yeah.
Now, this is
I
big
mean,
difference.
I think it's fine to lean on other states, but I think, there's an opportunity to show some of those things right here in our own state, but if we have the time to do it.
Does the panel understand the reasoning behind sandbag rules as they're written?
Be more specific.
6 feet tall, 20 feet
Oh.
wide. The panel is on record as recommending size limits of sandbags are more important than time limits or other factors. Or that may be hard to find in the history.
But I'm not sure that that's, what we're talking about are the effects in this report, right? So the effects are still the effects.
The intent of the size limits was to limit the impacts.
Right, but
So we're going to talk about sandbags in detail. We need to cover why it was set at limits.
okay. That's a good point. That's good.
My preference would be to stay out of it and deal with hard structures, period.
I think we all previously, when we were writing the outline, felt that the sandbags are seawalls and that they need to be called out as such, and so that's in there right now. Whether we include a case study about them or not is another question, perhaps, as we can discuss. So I'll just add to that case study on sandbags or not. Sounds like Spencer Rhodes, no. But I think it's instructive. I mean, on Overbrook Island, they started with, 500 feet of sandbag, and now is it up to 85 meters a mile?
Yeah, I think that's right.
So, and it's, so it's worth, I think it's worth considering that might be a feasible thing to get out of it. Okay. So maybe we just jump into the list and I'll take some notes. I thought it would be helpful to be able to see what's up there, and I have another tab that takes us to the document. So you all have access to the Google Doc, but I'll also put it up here so we can get it together if that's helpful. All right, so I think this mostly came up in the, Ken, did you write the section on what's allowed? Cameron, thank you for writing that.
It was a team effort, and I wrote the draft one, and the draft one made it to you.
Well, thank you for writing it. I
Yeah.
appreciate it. I noticed that in that section, which is great and very, very helpful, and also in the section that Greg drafted that was introducing the different types of structures, that the term stabilization came up quite a bit. And I feel I have a preference for avoiding that term because I think it can be misleading, because just because these approaches are So as we go forward, if you all agree, I recommend avoiding using that term, just to be more transparent about the fact that stabilization isn't a guarantee. And so what I've tried to use instead is that for the structures that trap sand, the goal is to mitigate erosion. And that for structures that are hardening approaches, the goal there is to protect structures and infrastructure behind the structure from wave attack and storm impacts. And so I prefer, protection and mitigation over stabilization. And I wanted to discuss that, just to make sure that's acceptable to everybody. And if you have any other revisions to that we want to.
So I'll just say the reason I used shoreline stabilization is I was stealing shamelessly from the Corps' coastal engineer manual.
And I appreciate and
Which-
understood that.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, which, that doesn't mean that that's the gospel, that's just the reference I was using.
Absolutely.
So-
And I'm not judging that.
No,
as
I'm
negative
not
at all.
taking that. from that.
Yeah.
I understand.
Sure.
I'll tell you, I tend to have a little bit of heartburn with the word protect, because
Oh, yeah.
protect and protection implies something
Uh-huh.
that maybe isn't guaranteed.
Oh, just like stabilization. So what would you suggest?
I don't know, so part of this comes from my time with the Corps, where they got away from doing shore protection projects.
Right.
And talked about risk reduction.
Oh, I like that.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a thought that,
Yeah.
I don't know how we phrase that in there, but protect maybe is just not my favorite word.
What? Mitigate and reduce risk. Oh, that's proper.
Make sure the public can understand.
So how can we modify it? I think language is really important because it sets an expectation and just in the words that we use. So I'd like to be really intentional and not to say that what we come up with today has to be what we end with, but while we're all here. So we're good with mitigation of erosion.
Well, actually, I was wondering if you want two words to say mitigate local erosion. Just because
Yeah.
within the discussions quite a bit about that affecting downstream. so.
Right? Doesn't mitigation of erosion everywhere? Mhm.
The only, I guess, caveat to that is I had a comment about how local we're talking about. So sometimes
Yeah.
when we have a structure, there's immediate, very localized, right, erosion on the edges of those structures. And so I just, in this terminology, the word local, does that mean community level local or town level local? And so we just have to,
Mhm.
again, we can't get into all the nuances, but just trying
No.
to keep those separate.
Okay.
So
That-
in the
that makes sense.
project area?
Yeah, just something so that they don't have that sort of public, sort of idea that it's mitigating erosion completely.
Well, and that's why it's, yeah. So mitigate, in my mind, means you're trying to offset it, but you may or may not offset it all the way. Is that, I don't know, is that how you guys understand it, maybe? Like it's an attempt. It's not necessarily fully countering.
Managing.
Although managing is a little less, it's a little more vague, right? Managing is another option. I suppose mitigate erosion in the project area, it's wordy. So we could use that sometimes to make it clear.
I think in the case of hardening, protect buildings, protection is a clear and adequate term. We're not protecting beaches, but our goal is to protect the building.
Maybe in the sense that that's the intent of the structure rather than the promise of a project.
Yeah, just, again, if you're protecting, what happens when you have the overtopping event and the building wasn't protected?
I know all that, but in terms of.
It's
I
the
think
goal
for
of
the
the
public,
project.
the goal is to protect the building, even though we all know fully risk zero is not.
We all know that.
That's what I.
That's my point, is words do mean something, and words people interpret things in ways, and that's just, again, I'm not gonna fall on my sword over word protection, I'm just,
Right.
that's kind of in my DNA about, we tended to avoid, because of that, communicated something that maybe was unintended.
Decrease damage to structures.
Well,
He's like,
I think it's
paragraph long.
valuable to follow in the footsteps of what the Army Corps is doing, and if the Army Corps, as one of the, as a builder of these structures, is avoiding the use of the word protection. I think it's valuable for us. So what do they use instead?
Well, so the Corps has evolved, so they used to call them coastal storm damage protect, CSD, of course, I can't remember now. Now they use, the words they use now are coastal storm risk management, but it's, and I think that says everything that they're trying to manage risk due to coastal storms. Things, approaches, could be beach nourishment structures, relocation, whatever, to reduce risk or manage risk.
It's going about reduce infrastructure risk. If it's mitigate, reduce.
Yeah, it's just, so if we mitigate erosion and reduce infrastructure, reduce risk.
Reduce, well,
Reduce-
reduce risk to infrastructure or reduce,
Oh, I see, reduce infrastructure risk.
yeah.
And it's, when we say infrastructure, sorry to be in the weeds here, but do we mean structures too? Like, is a
I just
house
broadly meant-
infrastructure?
Yeah, I generally think of it as included in that, yeah.
So can, instead of saying structures and infrastructure throughout, can we just say infrastructure, and we know we need houses and roads and everything?
We introduced that the first time.
Right.
I mean, electrical, like everything.
Utilities.
Utilities, thank you. What?
Power plant.
Yeah, right, okay, and then it's simpler, because we don't have to say structures and infrastructure. So we like reduce infrastructure risk and maybe mitigate erosion or mitigate erosion in the project area. We can alternate between those two. Mitigate erosion will be our shorthand.
As long as it's someplace early on,
Yeah,
otherwise you're left with how you mitigate erosion, oh, it's all positive. Yeah. It
Right,
doesn't
'cause
take away from anybody.
it sounds like it's safe everywhere, or it's like helping everywhere, yeah. And I think there are enough places where we're really clear about downdirect impacts that hopefully that will also come through. But early on, before we've explained that, there are adverse impacts outside the project area. Using that longer phrase is helpful. Okay, everybody good with that?
Okay.
Great. Okay, so, again, a minor point, but I think what we've tried to do is make sure that we're really focusing on approaches that might be used or have been used on open ocean coastlines. And so Joe wrote a nice section that talks about the fact that we have estuarine shorelines and we have open ocean coastlines, and they're justified why we're not talking about living shorelines, because they're not appropriate for the open ocean coastline. It occurred to me as I was reading through that that's where we might also want to work in, and I'm kind of put it in a clunky way because I didn't have a lot of time, but where we might want to also say we're not discussing bulkheads, because bulkheads are, again, a structure that's used on the estuarine shoreline.
Is now the time to address that?
Bulkheads
Yep,
for the open ocean,
the term.
the term, sure,
Okay. Bulkheads are essentially retaining walls.
yes.
Most walls that people conceive as being seawalls and ocean protection are retaining walls. They're not built structurally to absorb wave activity. They're built to transfer the forces that flow behind it. And bulkheads and retaining walls both fit that bill. So the terms are often used interchangeably, as best I can tell. Some people consider a true seawall is one that's built heavy enough to be a standalone feature without backfills, has the capacity to withstand all of the weight activity that it might face. So it's a much bulkier, heavier, deeper, taller structure than a retaining wall. So there is no real difference between a retaining wall or a bulkhead on an estuarine shore in terms of,
All I'm trying to say is, I don't think we're gonna talk about bulkheads, I don't think we're gonna talk about jetties, because bulkheads are gonna be estuarine shoreline, or bulkhead / retaining wall.
So the only thing about, I'm sorry,
No, go for it.
the only thing about bulkheads, I agree completely. So I'm just, Virginia Beach, Sandbridge has got a whole bunch of steel sheet pile bulkheads and wooden bulkheads on the beach.
Right,
Not,
okay.
I think that's my personal opinion, a horrible idea, but if someone, Sandbridge isn't that far from North Carolina, if someone says, hey, what about this?
South Carolina too.
Okay,
So-
all
North
right,
Carolina has them
okay.
too, but they're buried in the ground.
So maybe, so the section I'm trying to get to it, I think I need to make it bigger, it's scrolling, but, this section here, what approaches are currently allowed and implemented in North Carolina? So erosion control structures are broadly defined to include bulkheads, seawalls, revetments, jetties, springs, and breakwaters. So I wouldn't typically consider a jetty an erosion control structure, I would consider it an inlet or navigation, a structure in support of navigation. So I'd like to remove jetties from here, if everybody's okay. And then the question is, I'm seeing Greg Williams nod, so.
Well, I'm okay with that, but this goes
Yeah.
back to your other
But
comment.
then
on
coming
the-
back, that's
yeah.
simple, but then coming back to bulkheads, maybe we leave them here. Do we address them under the shoreline hardening section then? And so we don't, put them in the estuarine shoreline section?
I think that's fine, although I had a comment in here about that section, because in one place we're saying
Which section?
that revetments are, I think it's already in the hardened shoreline piece, that revetments are a category of seawall, but then we go on to talk about them separately. So if we're going to define them as a category, up front, let's define this category of seawalls, which includes sloped revetments, bulkheads, and then we talk about it as a category of seawall. Because right now it's a mix in there. We say this is a type of, revetments are a type of seawall. Then there's a whole separate paragraph trying to talk about
I don't
revetments.
think,
and
but
so
is a
they're separate
bulkhead and a
entities.
revetment aren't the same thing? I think of a bulkhead as like a sheet pile vertical wall, and a revetment might be more like a riprap revetment that has some slope to it.
And that's what it is in there, but it says that it's a type of one, and I wasn't sure if that's what we were sticking with, that these are either vertical or slope structures that are,
We're talking about the impacts of the adverse
right.
effects of them all as a category, but keeping it categorical makes sense to me.
That they're all hardening structures, shoreline hardening structures. But keep in mind, breakwaters have two different descriptions there.
Can we hold off on that for a second, because that's in the other section, and can we finish the seawall piece? Okay, so I have it up here, hold that thought, because this is an important one. So, I see what you're saying, so how would we fix that most easily? And maybe this goes to our list for someone to work on?
I think it's
That's okay.
fine to keep the list as we had it up above, but then when we get here,
Mhm.
we're sort of taking that broader list and we are lumping them into, we're already lumping them into a category, which is hardened shoreline, and now we're even lumping all of those revetments, bulkheads, and seawalls into.
Right, but
one
somewhere in
category.
here, we need to say that we're calling all of those essentially seawalls, including sandbags, actually.
I think we do that in B, in 2B, which is where we,
Can't we just call them shoreline hardening?
Structures.
that's what 2B is, right?
That's what 2B is. So we have, vertical seawalls, let's see,
Just, it's just something to keep in mind, not that it should change what you're discussing, but in terms of public perception, the revetment is very different than a wall from the fisheries impact point of view. Because you can have a lot of organisms utilizing, depending on the kind of revetment, which wouldn't belong. Not that that should change us, but just, this is going to be rolled out to a broad audience. And if you look at literature from the Coast, from, what kind of Coast Federation, from other organizations, they're often distinguished from an ecological impact.
So I
But
think.
this is inside.
I think that's important, and can you make a note, maybe, that at the end of the section where you talk about ecological impacts, can you draw the distinction
Sure.
there? Can you put that on your to-do list?
Yeah, we can also just cite the NOAA and other
Yeah.
sites.
But I think that it's fine to then call out the differential ecological impacts of the different types of seawalls, even though the physical impacts are very similar, the ecological impacts are different. Let's just get that in there. So that's good. So somewhere, we talk about vertical seawalls, and then we talk about revetments, but we never really mention bulkheads. So,
And this is where we say vertical structures or sloping structures, and then we go to vertical, and then we say revetments are a form of seawall.
right.
And function in the same way, and that's where I was,
Mhm.
there's probably a way to streamline that a bit.
Can we put that on your to-do list for our work time? Sorry, Joe. You seem to have a vision for it.
We're opening a big can of worms by getting into the estuarine issues.
So Spencer, the point is that we're saying we're not getting to the estuarine issues. That's the whole point of this section, because there are people who will say, well, why aren't you talking about living shorelines, right? And we want to say we're not, because we're just focusing on the open ocean. So how are we getting into the
Estuarine
estuarine?
management is an entirely different,
I agree, and that's why I'm saying we should go into it. Are you thinking that I'm
but
saying?
Or do you mean by using the word bulkhead in here that we are implying that's
No, no,
true? No.
I see what you're saying about ecological effects, and there I'm just thinking, well, I'm thinking Hong Kong.
But I thought we were talking about revetments. Revetments are open ocean structure. Spencer, can you help me understand where it is that you think we might be going over the line? I might not be following.
well, living shorelines to begin with. Living shorelines is poorly defined nationally. In California, a living shoreline is a sand dune. Their perception is a sand dune. They got lots of rocks, so they think putting in some sand and planting some grasses is a living shoreline by their definition. But why are we even bringing it up in oceanfront?
So you're talking about in section 2, in the beginning, where we were talking about living, so that's a different, is that the one section you're saying that we're bringing it up?
That's one of the complications of using the term. I mean, you could talk about marsh sills and say pretty much what you're saying, but why are we even talking about marsh sills when they're clearly not an issue on the ocean, period?
So I think that's a different question
So we're
here.
jumping to a different section.
Right, which is like,
What do we-
I guess that's the question of do we want to have that section?
When we say the estuaries are managed for biological reasons primarily and entirely different in management strategies than oceanfront.
So we initially had this section in the introduction, which Joe kindly drafted, which was just going to be, and I broke it into separate paragraphs, just, I don't know, to get, that was easier to read, but maybe now it looks even longer. And it was just going to be a simple way to point out, then emphasize that we're focusing on open ocean coastline structures. That we're not talking about things like oyster reefs and sills, because those are not appropriate on the open ocean coastline. And we all know that, back to Greg's point, but not everyone knows that. I mean, I can tell you a number of people who have students who say, well, why don't we just put an oyster reef, right? So I think there's value to highlighting and maybe mentioning some of the types of approaches that are used on estuary shorelines that people have heard of, and to explain why we're not going into them in depth, so that people don't come back and say, well, why didn't you talk about this and why didn't you talk about that? But I agree that there's a fine line there, because if we go into it too much, then maybe that defeats the purpose of the focus on open ocean coastline. So I guess my question, which is open to all of us right now, is where do we mention these estuarine approaches very briefly And how much do we say so that we're achieving our goal, which is just to explain why we're not talking about it.
So this paragraph, I think, is good, but maybe we preface the beginning of the paragraph, something just for the sake of clarification or definition. It's almost like just have a little bit of a lead-in to explain what's coming next and say that this isn't part of this, this isn't what we're talking about. Just for the sake of explanation, this is estuarine shoreline stuff, and da-da-da-da-da-da-da, then we get back to the open ocean.
And that seems like a introduction section that you need to lay out the scope
Yeah,
of what
maybe.
they are and they're not.
Yeah, I'm kind of, I mean, Joe, the word however, I think is intended
Well,
to do that.
could have
and-
been me.
Or
Where does
whoever.
it say however?
This third, estuarine shorelines, however. So I think
Yeah.
the intent of however is to do that, but I'm just wondering,
Right.
do we get more demonstrative in that?
So essentially, I think what I'm hearing is maybe we just need to shorten this down some. So I moved it here because our intro is actually getting pretty long. And we didn't have any introductory text for the structure section, and I thought maybe this was a reasonable place to point out our focus. But maybe it should move back to the intro. I mean, Joe, you wrote this section. How did you feel about it? The intro is just, I mean, we're on page 8 and we're just getting out of the intro.
Yeah, the only reason that when I was writing it, I felt like I was writing intro because I was talking about processes, which you guys had already talked about processes that affect barrier islands, and then in a way I was like, I wanted to make sure I wasn't wasting time repeating that as I'm talking about waves and swell, and I had run up in there, then I took that out because you had that. So it was just a
Right.
matter of, yeah. And I have no problem, we can streamline this, or if it's a distraction.
I think we need some
But
version of it.
This could also become the place where, in a shortened version, it's not just about the estuarine, but it's about the jetties and about maybe it can be more all-encompassing.
About like what we're not.
The
covering.
intent of these types of structures, like living shorelines and jetties, is not to mitigate erosion or protect or reduce infrastructure risk.
On
And
open
so,
ocean
on
coastlines.
open coastlines.
Right, and
then
we can
just
talk about
have these
jetties
things set.
and even bulkheads are not typically used, although they on occasion have been. It's not recommended, so we don't get into.
The other section is, in the introduction, is section C, categories of management approaches for sandy ocean coastlines. In that first sentence, it mentions things like planting vegetation,
Right.
adding sand, right? I mean, you could almost just add 2 sentences there that sort of state that some of these are used along estuarine shorelines, which we are not addressing. We are addressing the energetic, right? It could be probably done without much description in 2 sentences.
Sorry, Joe.
Is that where it was pulled from?
No, it's just, we have more than that, but.
I mean, but if you don't want to go into great detail, so it doesn't get.
So you're talking
potentially-
about here,
Yeah, right, so that short paragraph mentions things like planting. It talks about trapping sand and hardening of the shoreline, right? And so
and then it
this
says
is
the ladder
talking very
too.
broadly, and it could sort of, within a couple sentences, try to just drive this home, that it's focused on this very energetic ocean shoreline and not some of these things that are applied to it,
I'm a little
that
bit,
people may be familiar with.
yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm a little confused because dune enhancement, that's not a method of reducing, protecting structures behind it. I mean, planting,
Well, it's not a hard,
it's not hardening, but if you're talking about general management, I mean, it is used on the open coast.
I think that's in the next together under like so it's listed on here as place
Planting
sand.
vegetation.
Place sand, there's a planting vegetation, there's also a place in
Vegetation.
sand, and
Yeah.
dunes would be the both of those combined, right? And-
Yeah, both of those combined, yeah, as is between nourishment for this, the one.
So they're in there, but then we say we're not focusing on them for this.
Because this is hardening.
so is this, could we do what Joe said as well about mentioning why we're not talking about jetties here as well?
When we added a sentence that said, just, by definition, jetties are for navigation purposes, stabilizing navigation channels, but are often misused as implying the shoreline, erosion.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see how, I'm just looking at what's here, because this is the introduction to the 5. This was supposed to be, here are the 5 categories of things that people do to protect open ocean coastlines, and the last two are the ones we're focusing on. That's kind of the intent of this section, so
Gotcha.
maybe we can, I don't think we want to go wandering too much at the beginning of it. Maybe we can be streamlined and it will work.
Gotcha.
Do we say specifically we are focusing on these per request? Once again, I'm thinking of the non, if it's available to public.
Somewhere
The
it
latter two are the focus of the report. Do you mean as per request by the CRC?
As directed or as directed, sorry. And there, I once again put the audience, I'm thinking if that is not the CRC or the agencies, it's the other people who may read it. You know. Which they should know, because
Right.
the title will say, actually.
So
The
I-
title says it, so never mind.
So let's see. So this is categories of management approaches for sandy, open ocean coastlines. So we are zooming in on sandy, open ocean coastlines here. So maybe we need sentences before this.
Mm.
So we can leave this mostly intact, and maybe we just have a few sentences before this, like Joe's, North Carolina coast has both open ocean and estuarine shorelines and blah, 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 and then jetties are sometimes blah, 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 and then most alternatives can be divided into. How about that? If we put it before. I'm hearing quiet, so maybe that's not a good idea.
Well, or quiet could be.
Quiet could be, oh, I'm thinking about it. Maybe that's good.
So I think some of this is going to be, like what you described, Laura, I'm like, that sounds reasonable. You know, let's throw it in there and then let's read it in
See how it works.
context and go, yeah, oh no, this missed what we were trying to get at. So
Yeah.
I think we have to kind of see
Okay,
it.
let's try it.
Because my only fear is, where do we, that sentence of erosion control structures are broadly defined as this, this, and this. If that comes after where we're talking about saying we're not including jetties, then it might not make sense if we haven't
Wait,
even
where are
introduced.
you that you're seeing jetties?
So that sentence that you were talking about down below, right here, which is the approaches that.
But we
are
just take,
currently allowed.
we just deleted jetties from that.
All right, okay.
So I think that's okay. Because if we address it up above, we don't even need to list it down below.
Yeah.
Because it's not really an erosion control structure anyway. Does that help? With that concern? Well,
That's kind of what I was looking above to see if we've
That's-
already used other like terms without defining them, but I guess we have to assume.
Well,
we
I
don't
think
have
the
to
first
define
place
them.
we mentioned groins, maybe we should put in parentheses, sometimes
Mis-
mistakenly referred to as jetties.
That works.
Okay, so let's just make sure to do that. I'm gonna put that in this, I'm putting a little, where I say today, that's just a call out from my other comments in here, so that hopefully we can address that today. So here, we're gonna shift some of the text from the estuarine section, we'll know what that means, right? It's not really an estuarine section. And also mention bulkheads and jetties and why we aren't including these here, then go into the existing paragraph. Oh my gosh, I just, what was the other thing I was saying? Oh, we're saying also find first mention of groin and parenthetically add, sometimes mistakenly referred to as jetty. Okay, so whoever takes that on. All right, now I have to add that to our to-do list, hang on. Who's gonna do that part? Joe, is that you too? Sorry, you don't have to do anything else. What was that paragraph? What section was that?
It's 2B, is the one where, the original one, you can just say move section 2B.
Move to where? To 1C. 2B to beginning of 1C. Okay, great. Brad, you had a comment?
Just before we leave this, I think you'd like to have terminology, if I
Uh-oh.
could be wrong.
Okay, go for it.
But if I understood Spencer right, I had heard this before, in some circles, bulkheads might be more than the wooden pins that we, most of us picture.
Sheet pile.
Sheet pile, or, yeah. I think Spencer was saying that even seawalls or revetments that rely on having something behind them to shore them up rather than being
Oh, like a
and I don't know if we want to worry about that. Whatever population is who uses that terminology that way, but
I think the important thing is to get them thinking about shoreline farming as a simple understanding term. And that bulkheads and retaining walls and seawalls are all serving that purpose. And that's as far as we need to go. If we debate between retaining walls and bulkheads, we're missing the point. And you know, to be
Right.
frank, before the ban went in, the vast majority of shoreline parking structures that went into the state were bulkheads. So many failed, there's still bundles around buried. So they're out in North Carolina. And it was only after the ban went in and the sandbags were the only other alternative, sandbags over to the bulkheads.
So do we need to include more discussion of bulkheads? in the
We don't need
seawall
a
section?
discussion, we just need to call it a shoreline parking box. The seawalls and the
Okay. All right. We've gone through our first 2 of 9 questions. All right, we can do this. Spencer, you wanted to show some things. Is now a good time?
Yeah, well, could I have
Hmm? Okay. You said like 10 minutes.
all right, having done this for a lifetime, I have some observations on misunderstandings that are common. And I want to make sure that the panel is on the same wavelength. I think the public perception of the problem with parking the shoreline is in this image. I wish I'd taken it, but I didn't. It's from Florida, nice breaking gradual wave on the beach beside it, and a 50-foot wall and spray behind it. I think that's what most people think is the major problem with shoreline parking. And that's not what we need to be worried about and focused on. It's very difficult to monitor those storm conditions and the recovery. But there is one study by Kriebel and others from the Gulf Coast of Florida that went in right after a small tropical storm hurricane and found that in front of the vertical walls, they were seeing this kind of a change. There's an obvious scour due to that turbulence of the breaking wave on the vertical face. But there's a redistribution of sand that isn't going far from that impact. So it's still in the near shore. It's next to impossible to monitor because by the time most people are sane enough to get out there with a rod and measure it, it's filled back in. The post-storm recovery is not something that waits for a day or a week. It happens as soon as the water levels and wave levels drop below the equilibrium level that was being driven to the extent of the rest of the storm. So even if it gets a little bit less worse, if it's already reached equilibrium, it's moving sand the other way and recovering all this stuff. So that is a problem for the wall and for engineering because it knocks down a lot of walls because they aren't adequately designed for that kind of scale. So that's an engineering issue, but it's not the real problem on the beach because it recovers quickly after the storm's over. And we all agree that the beach is going to be maintained and the dunes are going to migrate with long-term erosion. Those are features that are going to stay in place. That's what we would like to see in place. The problem is, when we put in a wall, the real problem we have to deal with is that it's not that the wall is causing erosion, it's that we've hardened the shoreline and the erosion's already there. So the only thing that can happen by conservation of sand is the beach is going to disappear.
Yeah, that's the primary effect that we've talked about
Right.
most part of the
And that's the thing we need to hammer on to make sure the economic impact is the disappearance of the beach. If there's no beach,
Right.
there's no tourist economy, and we're all in serious trouble. If you're looking at estuarine and some of the biological issues, the obvious issue would be to build a revetment. And under estuarine conditions, the state gives you an extra 10 feet for revetments over vertical walls. And that's because of Martin's biology. However, biology, when you bury it with sand, is buried in sand, is it biologically productive? Is that a major issue we need to be dealing with?
Not an open ocean beach.
And worse yet, it's coming and going.
Yeah. Once again, from the biology perspective, well, economically, the ecology is actually the migrating fish and the organisms using this wall stone. What's on the beach, it's of interest to some, and as a sea turtle, it's of interest to a lot. But,
Yeah, revetments are
Okay, well,
travesty for sea turtles.
yeah,
the bottom line on the way you dissipate that localized scour in front of the wall is to add some rocks. And to do that, you actually end up losing the beach casket.
Right.
So it's not an adequate solution.
Another issue is placement loss. Just by putting in the structure, you shorten, you reduce the beach width. I mean, that's sort of one of the things I want to skip to. Which of these, I hear the one that we need to hammer, or not hammer, the one that we need to emphasize most. Like, erosion doesn't stop, just we put in steep. But then there's also, like you said, you're losing the beach sooner if you put in an embankment. And then also placement loss. Is that on your slideshow too?
The other temporary impact that has been documented, this is from the Florida Panhandle, working LOEs, and they looked at an overall erosion rate on the order of 50 to 75 feet in all of the dunes, in high ground dunes in the Florida Panhandle. And they measured adjacent to multiple seawalls, the increased erosion adjacent to the wall. And what they found is that the longer the wall, the higher the increase in erosion adjacent to the wall.
So updrift and downdrift?
This one?
Was there a difference in the increase in erosion depending on whether it was updrift or downdrift?
I don't know the answer to that, probably not. Because the losses were near shore parallel. They were fairly linear for the entire coast. There wasn't any obvious entrapment of sand along the shore. So that's a temporary impact that if you happen to be a neighbor of a wall, then you're going to have increased storm-induced erosion.
So that's storm-induced. When you say it's a temporary, this is erosion post-storm?
Post-storm.
Gotcha.
This is directly driven 50 to 75 feet by hurricane LOEs.
Okay.
So this is another 20 to 60 feet of extra erosion the neighbors had to deal with if they happen to live beside a seawall.
They have a mechanism for it?
I think there are lots of things you could theorize, but nothing that was directly proved by this study. But it does show that there are temporary impacts on the adjacent shorelines, that shoreline hardening is a consequence of, not just long-term erosion. And then finally, the one that's briefly mentioned in is if these things get too big of barriers, they become sediment traps. Anyway, that's my take on the worst problems we have to deal with. Shoreline
That's
hardening.
great, Spencer. That's a perfect lead into the next question, actually, that I have for us, which is, which of these do we include and focus on?
Yes.
Goodness. Yes. Exactly. There's a paper from, it's 2000 or 1999 on the effects of seagulls on beaches in California that, Gary Creek Street, that's actually Amish. I just didn't have it up, but I think it addresses some of what you just brought up.
Yeah, I mentioned on the ride up here, I think that was, Gary Griggs did a lot of work back in the 90s on
Yeah.
structures that,
Paid for a lot of my PhD.
that Burdick was funding.
Yes.
And I
There's
was
an
like the,
Aptos seawall.
yeah, and I
Yeah.
was the PM from ERDIC. It was,
You were?
yeah.
No
when I-
way.
When I was at ERDIC, yeah.
You were paying for the fee.
We must have met then, that was a long project, I came in kind of toward the end of it, but, I believe we did not find scour due to storms at the end of the seawall, but we did find differences in recovery in front and to the side. But I'll pull that back up. Definitely, like you highlighted, Spencer, so one of the things I wanted us to talk about is how many of the effects, or do we include all of these effects of hardening, and which ones do we highlight? So we've got, and then I'll come back to the redundancy question. So the fixed location prevents shifting of the beach and dune, and therefore leads to loss of beach. But I think that's number one, like you were saying, right? I think it's also worth mentioning that it requires some width of beach or back dune to replace the structure, and so that's a loss as well, trade-off. Number three, maybe less important, but, you know, there is some transfer of sand along shore through the beach and dune as it erodes during storms and reforms, so that could be a loss of sand source downdrift, because if the seawall is blocking the back beach and the dune, it's no longer an active part of the system. Spencer, you had put in, and I thought it was a good point, prevention of beneficial profile adjustments during storms, so the beach and back beach and dune can't be part of the profile adjustment process where there's a structure. And then the sand trapping effect, so if erosion continues updrift and downdrift, or especially updrift, then the seawall essentially is a bulge or a bump on the shoreline, and it becomes a sand trapping structure as well. And then something that we're finding is more and more important is that by preventing, you know, any features that prevent overwash, that eventually lead to sound side inundation, because the increases in island elevation that come from overwash processes aren't able to occur. Spencer made the point that that depends on how high the wall is, but if these are structures that are designed to protect roads and buildings, they're probably gonna be pretty high. So I think that's a valid one to include. So are we missing any? Are there any we wanna take off because we feel like they're not as important as the others?
Like 1, 2, and 4, kind of the same thing. I mean, it's because you're losing the connectivity between the beach and the dune.
1, 2, and 4?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, you're
this
losing.
one is more like, if I go out to the beach today and I need 60 feet to put in a wall, we're losing 60 feet of beach right now. Not from the seaward side, but on the landward side. So it's a reduction in beach width. So I think placement loss, I think of placement loss as very different than the shifting of the beach and dune profile and eventually intersecting the wall when there's no beach. But 4, I didn't number them, sorry.
No, that first one you have, fixed location prevents the shifting, that is because the profile is disconnected.
Well, that's because the wall doesn't prevent erosion, right? So unless erosion is mitigated by other means, the beach and dune profile are just gonna migrate landward, and when they hit the wall, they disappear because they can't actually migrate landward. And so eventually you don't have a beach, and you just have seabed. And that's, I think, that's A. Which seems to me to be what, I think we're saying that's the biggest effect.
D is connected with A and C, but
Not separate from, but separate from it. As you're saying, so D is because of A.
Yeah.
But it's separate.
I'm just
So
trying
we
to
can take
lump
it
these
out.
into that. To me, it's
Okay, we
like
can do that.
Spencer was saying, you know, yes, you move the sand, whether it's during a storm or during winter or something like that, you know, that you no longer have the source of sediment from the dune. to make that continuous profile. So I just think of those as the same.
I'd like to see number one being the beach will disappear, period.
I second that because it's the most important thing and the most certain thing for these.
But the
people.
explanation is, right, we need to explain why.
But I think saying the beach will disappear is good.
Loss of the beach, or beach will disappear?
Well, but
Or lost, yeah.
just the point that you had, but I think we need to be suggesting the wording.
Oh,
I was just seconding Spencer's suggestion that we separate that one out as primary emphasis, and I also think we should include all of them. Maybe for me, a question of whether we include all of them in the summary, or in the introduction in the executive summary, or elaborate on them just in
So-
the main section.
my suggestion is, I think consistency is really important, and if we just list one effect in the executive summary, and later there are a bunch of other effects that come up, I mean, some people might only read the executive summary. So my suggestion would be, I think I have a sentence in the executive summary that addresses B, C, D, and E, and then the whole rest of the paragraph is about A. So there's an emphasis right now on A. So I would suggest that we leave that for now, and then when we get further along, we read it, and we decide if that is something we want to take out, because we really just want to focus on A. We delete that other sentence, or,
I think, I mean, A, B, and C right now, they start the same, loss of beach. So you can essentially in the executive summary say, there is a loss of beach because, and you could very briefly list the three things without explaining them in the executive summary, but maybe it's a couple more
Well,
sentences than the other one.
this one's different. This is a, like, loss of sensors.
You could also say, not against, which I think the executive summary now, but we could also potentially say the most important effect is or are loss of beach, but there's other effects that are also talked about in the report.
Which isn't that different than just listing what the other effects are and non-vibrating. But that would be
And then I guess I'd rather make clear is we're just not losing beach, which implies there may be something left. If we say it disappears, it's gone. And that's only a matter of time.
I guess, so, not to be an apologist for structures necessarily, but the beach may disappear without the structure. I mean, it's a little bit to one of Spencer's slides is, you know, these structures are there because the erosion was happening before the structure. in many
Yeah, but
cases.
it's, I disagree with that. Because if the beach and the dune could just evolve naturally,
Yes.
they would not disappear.
Yes, that's the, I won't say the one, that is a caveat to my statement. So yes, I agree with that. But I guess the way that we say this here, it just makes, and I'm gonna say this out loud because maybe I just need to hear it and when I want it sounds like we're saying the structure's causing the beach to go away.
Well, the presence of the structure is leading to
But
the loss of beach.
I'm just saying that that's, my little simple mind goes to that conclusion from this. So maybe that gets covered in how we talk about it. Or, I mean, how it gets actually written.
Maybe the sentence starts with, if there is a long-term erosion,
And it does.
the beach will
That's
disappear.
exactly
Okay.
what it starts
That-
with.
That,
It already starts with that.
Both of those are critical points.
But I hear what you're saying, we don't want to be implying that the structure is actively causing erosion.
Yes.
It's just that by fixing the back of the shoreline,
I agree completely.
Okay, we're all on the same page.
And I think part of it is just the way that you were bulletizing this for the.
because I was
thoughts
just trying to
gonna-
make it
That's fine.
like super short for us
Yeah,
to
yeah.
talk about it.
Okay.
Yeah, yep,
Okay.
exactly. So Brad wrote that, I edited it, it's, I think, a really clear, like, explanation of what Spencer showed us. Yeah, and Greg, I would just ask if you could read that part carefully and
Yes.
give another eye to, like, do we need to say anything, make any other edits to make sure that we're
Okay,
not implying
sure.
it's a structure. Okay, that's great. All right,
on the bullets.
mhm.
Is there one bullet?
No. Oh, yeah.
Maybe we could make that reduction of only washing these two.
Well, this is, again, this is not how it's said, but yes. This is shorthand.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Suggesting that we might
Great.
change the wording in there.
That is connected to, yeah.
Pull that in here.
Okay, make sure we're not saying prevents. Got it. Okay. Sure. Okay, so then I'm backing this up to question 3, which is about redundancy on the presentation of adverse effects. At the moment, they're in the executive summary where I think they need to be. They are in intro section, 3 is not right, what is that, C? I think I meant to type this C and I typed C,
C.
that's fine. Which is the 3rd letter. A, B, C, they're in C, which is that summary, like, of all approaches. Only the last 2 of which are the ones that put, so that's kind of like an overview. And then they're also in section 2. I feel like they're in one other place. Okay, so maybe they're just in 2 places and that's okay, but when I read it, it just felt like maybe it was redundant, which maybe is okay. So in the executive summary, we have fairly detailed, I edited this quite a bit, I'll right up here. So we'll have to decide whether we look those over, I'll decide then we can accept them, or I can just accept them and you can read it, is that easier? Okay. So they're in the executive summary, and then we have the introduction. We have the overview, shoreline change on barrier landscapes, alongshore cross-shore processes, effects of primary causes of erosion. Then we get a little bit into the specifics of the North Carolina coastline. Oh, look, it already says often mistaken for two jetties. Did you just add that in?
I did.
Oh, thank you.
Just trying to check out this list earlier.
I'm not sure if that's true.
Wait, those were your workers.
No, but you had a note that says, is this true?
That was another thing, yeah. So, not the fact that they're often mistaken as jetties, that's not the question.
No, that part is definitely true. But, are you questioning the rates increased again?
I'm questioning how much it reduced the rates and how much the rates have increased, because I don't know that we actually know that. I mean, if somebody's got that data, I think it would be important to show it rather than state it.
I think the data is visual.
Yeah,
If there's a big bump on the shoreline caused very clearly by the growing, so therefore the erosion rate's been less than it would have been.
go to the picture of the
long-term.
And then we could look at, well, I can't look this up. We're actually working on it, Mike. This picture? We could change, we could soften it to likely. But again, you know, it's not the groins that are causing the erosion, right? It's Greg's point again, and this is something that happens a lot when people talk about Buxton, is they say that the fact that the groins fell into disrepair caused the erosion, and that's not true. It's just, it's an area of high erosion rate. And the
Right, so
groins-
that's the wording that I was concerned about there, because that's the narrative. That
This is
what's
a-
happening, and the narrative right now is, at Buxton, we have this man-made erosion problem. Right, that's the narrative.
But there's,
This is naturally high background erosion, like that
That's
it's
what I
slowing
tried.
the naturally high background.
I think it's true that the groins slowed the naturally high background erosion rates. And that once the groins fell into disrepair, the rates picked up again. What I think isn't true that I hear people say is that the groins, that the groins that have fallen into disrepair are causing erosion. And that's what I tried to make sure we're not that we're countering here. Because the groins aren't causing the erosion, right? Just like the seawall's not causing erosion. Now, somebody could read that with the lens that the groins are causing erosion and think that that says what they believe already.
Well, the groins are causing the erosion because they failed.
They aren't causing the erosion. They are no longer countering the high erosion rates that would occur.
But worse than that, they're filling in the deficit that was created south
Yes.
of Golden Hill.
This
It's
is
really the
true.
groins caused.
That is also true.
The grants have redistributed in time the higher erosion rate in there.
So that's true. And if you can find a way to write it, then I'd be happy to include it. But that's complicated. Do you think we should go into that detail here? Maybe.
And it's not clear that that's.
I think that definitely needs to be in the case study. I don't know
So
that
we're
these-
jumping around now. Sorry. Okay, so Buxton is something we'll come back to. I think that was just walking us through our intro. So then we get to the categories of management approaches. And here we changed avoid, Spencer, to plan, strategically relocate, or realign to have a different connotation. Are you okay with that? Are you okay with that? Because you suggested some of that.
Yeah, I forget what it.
Avoid the problem.
Yeah. It's not-
Okay. So in this section, the last two sections are trap sand and harden the shoreline. So we have the overview of effects in the executive summary, and then we have trade-offs here that have the effects listed in short form. And then we get to section 2. Oh, okay, this is the redundant part. Then we have a section on trade-offs and adverse impacts in the intro. And then in section 2, we're talking about the hardening, structures of trap sand and hardening, and there's more about adverse impacts. So in my thinking, we should probably take section E here and distribute it in section 2. Because otherwise, it's in the executive summary, it's in section C, it's in section E, and then it's again in section 2. And I think that's just a little confusing, but I want to get feedback on
I think for the majority of it, that's the case. Somewhere along the way, I think it would be important to say that it's relatively easy to solve one person's erosion problem because of the massive amount of sand that's moving back and forth on a daily and annual basis. The problem with all of the solutions is that solving one person's problem results in significant trade-offs on someone else's problem.
that. So, yes, I think it's important to have a section on trade-offs. So another alternative is occurring to me, because maybe we do need to have this in the intro. We could shorten section C to not include trade-offs. But then, we've got, for each of these, we have advantages, practical limits, and trade-offs.
I wondered when going through that, if we should, whether each one of these categories should just have a short description of what it is, because we already say we're discussing the last two, and then we repeat the advantages
Yeah.
and trade-offs again. So should we be giving advantages and trade-offs for all of these if they're not even the top?
They're not even
part?
Yeah, I think that's better because I like this section E. And I like Spencer's I like what Spencer just said as a way to start section E, because I did feel like we needed to come back to trade-offs, but we don't have to come back to it, we just have to say something along the lines of what you said as an intro to that. So maybe we shorten section C so that it's not it's nice detail, we should keep it for potential future use. But I think the purpose of section C is just to say, there are these 5 things you can do, And we're gonna focus on the last two.
And I think also for the non-expert reader, a bit simpler and gets to the point more quickly and not confuse them in any way.
It could be,
As I consider myself a non-expert.
could be an introduction rather than a tail end.
Say that again? These five?
Yeah,
The-
we're listing 5 solutions, to introduce them, say that all solutions have,
But it comes right after the introduction to coastal to processes. And then North Carolina specific processes. So I think it's in the right place.
Yeah, but I think he's saying in this paragraph where you are right now, that's where, right above where it says plan, right above that, you could say that each of these, move his sentence up there, which was about that one of these might solve a problem somewhere and not.
Is that true? I mean, strategically planning and relocating or realigning would cause a problem somewhere else.
I think that's applies more to
That's true.
the two things we're
I
talking
think it applies more on labor firms.
Yeah, I
That's
could see
maybe
that.
for helping understand. So, Spencer, you were the author of that section, which is really nicely organized and complete. Would you be willing to take a stab at shortening it?
shorten the whole section.
Yeah, just to,
Okay.
to not go into the advantages and trade-offs, but just to introduce what each of the things are?
Okay.
Or does anybody else, maybe sometimes it's easier if it's not your section, does anybody else have a vision for that that would be willing to jump in? When we start working on this a bit?
I guess the loss of that is that other than pardoning, the trade-offs are not described.
Well, I guess the thing I'm thinking about is should all that stuff, a lot of this stuff just move down into section 2? Because, you know, when you look at this right now, the introduction is 8 pages.
I know, it's just too long.
And I think that may get lost in the purpose of what this report's supposed to do if we take to page 9 before we start talking about, what is it? The effect, number 2, the effects of structures that trap sand or harden the shoreline.
I
That's
like that.
really what people,
Can it be part of the intro to section 2 and say there are 5 categories of things, and then say what the first 3 are, and then say the last 2 are what we focus on below?
about. And the last two, maybe don't need the trade-offs because that's what.
But I think it should be pros and not bullets, because you can't have bullets for 3 things and not for all 5 things. Because it was just like, it was a bit of a mistake. Unless we just describe the 3 and then don't describe the last 2 at all, and just leave the last 2.
Or just do that.
Okay, move section C down to section 2 intro. I can do this stuff with that.
Yeah, just think about how that section D works then with what approaches are currently allowed, if we have to describe the approaches first.
Ugh. Right.
Yeah,
Okay, have
I agree
fun.
with what
Yeah.
he's saying, but I do think that this section B can be
Mhm.
dramatically streamlined into, like, if we're not talking about the advantages, limitations, trade-offs, and we're just describing the action itself. Each
Yeah.
one of those 5 actions, I think that goes from 1 to 2.5 pages to.
Here's another thought. What if we have another high-level heading? So we have introduction, and then we have section 2, which is typical management approaches and approaches used in North Carolina. And then section 3 is the structures, our section 2, our current section 2. And then somebody could skip section 2 and go right to section 3.
This is the-
I think we still want to shorten C.
yeah, I think there's value in that. I mean, the heading that you used, Laura, you know, when you said that, I'm like, oh, that sounds like something I want to read, you know, so kind of see, so, you know, I think that kind of makes sense.
For the introduction, it could be a paragraph, short paragraph. Well, that's,
Okay, this isn't perfect yet, but just something like that. And then we have A, then, then what about trade-offs and adverse impacts? Is that, can't talk about that until we've talked about the approaches.
Yeah, but the trade-offs and adverse impacts are not specific to what we do in North Carolina, right? Aren't they more general? So do they not
Correct, but
get
this was
pushed back?
current approaches used generally, like current,
Well, specifically North Carolina, right?
no.
Oh, and, okay.
Because if we combine A and B, then it's both current approaches generally and then what's allowed in North Carolina. It's a lot, we're trying, like Reed said, we're trying to pack in a lot. Current approaches. Thinking. I mean, it could be current approaches, what's allowed, and trade-offs.
Yeah, and I don't even know if it's trade-offs. So at first I was like, well, trade-offs, we talk about that later, let's get rid of it. When you look at it, it's really about it's the broader significance, because this is where we talk about there are biological impacts, there are economic impacts, there are. So this is the very broad one paragraph thing about how, let's not think about this just as moving sand. There is an impact to the biology, an impact to the economy, an impact to whatever. So maybe we can really streamline this into just saying, it's in a broader context, these have these impacts
You
and
mean
trade-offs.
streamline this language under E?
Yeah. Or, I mean, so it's a page, right? Right now, that section is a little bit more, not a page.
Okay, I have a suggestion. I think that when we split to work time, there should be a couple of us who work on possible reorganization. And that this is hard to do by a big committee. And then we'll just get feedback about that. Because I think there's no right way, there's no wrong way. Well, maybe there's some wrong ways, but, I think it's just hard to, and it's also, you can't see the whole document at once, so I'm scrolling back and forth and we're all, so let's just say, a couple of us are gonna need to consider reorganizations so that we're not too redundant. The goals of that would be reduce redundancy, increase readability, shorten the introduction, shorten the intro section, right? And then also shorten section C. Any other goals we want to achieve with reorg? Those are the key ones. Okay, thanks for patience on that.
So what's section C now? Is it section 2A? With what you just changed?
Thank you. Old
Not to
section-
confuse this, but.
Old section,
All right.
old section 1C.
I'll just try to
Now, thank you for catching.
Follow you.
Good point. Okay. All right, what else do we have here? Let's see, what can we fly through? Anything? 3, because I'm too much, okay, redundancy, we did effects. A long-term transparency on transport volumes, thoughts on that? I think that's hard. I don't know, do you know of any, Spencer? You had just made a note somewhere in the document saying, we need to find numbers and include numbers to give people a sense of how much sand is moving onshore.
I suspect there are numbers buried in core reports and the FRF. The FRF must have been calculating some net and gross ocean transport rates. But
Do you want to look for that? 'Cause
it's pushing a
just to get a
million
ballpark.
cubic yards a year in parts of the Outer Banks, is that Bureau's understanding? And converting that to dump trucks in public terms, 100,000 dump trucks driving by every year. I mean, those are phenomenal numbers that people have no clue about, because everything coming on, one side is going out the other, and you won't see any change.
So the other key there is, I mean, we can give a range, like if you could find some numbers, we could give a range, we just still have to make sure we're emphasizing that it's differences in how much is moving along shore in one place versus another place that are causing diversion.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, Spencer. I'm afraid that as soon as we say even a range, 1 to 1.5 million cubic yards, someone will say, oh, so-and-so did a study and it's only 800,000 cubic yards. So
opens us
I
up.
think it's so, I mean, you know, a lot of this stuff is done by shoreline change, you know, or surveys, comparing over time. I'm just afraid that, and maybe you could do a range in a general, I think it's hard.
Well, I think maybe a number from Duck and a number from Brunswick County to put it in the range that's going on, but it's, even in the lowest numbers, it's so far beyond lay people can
Yeah.
imagine.
I think we probably get a number. If we get a number and it can even cite it, then at least we, you know, we're not just generalizing, we're saying,
Well, I can look up
You say
some numbers
whatever.
from the core reports
yeah.
in coastal archives,
Okay.
but I suspect FRF has got numbers that they've been calculating from way data. But I don't have any contacts with FRF.
I just reached out to them.
You did just now?
Yeah, just see if they can.
Okay,
Dump trucks makes it less likely somebody's gonna come.
right. Then they have to know that conversion. And how big of a dump truck do we use?
And that's what makes it so easy to fix one erosion.
The standard.
Okay. So Spencer, Reed are gonna work on that. And we'll find a place to put it. Okay. Case studies. Do we have enough of them? Do we feel that we need to include more? And if so, NC only or from elsewhere? In my mind, it would be instructive, sorry, I'm scrolling again down to case studies. It would be instructive to include an example of borings used on the ocean coastline, the seawalls used on the ocean barrier coastline. Because when I think about the places where borings have been successful, it's always sort of a cape or something where the shoreline's bending around and it's not right in the middle of the longshore extended barrier, but maybe there are some examples that you could find. Does anybody know?
The road in Erie Beach, but they're buried.
Ones at Riceville Beach that are buried too, but there's ones at Riceville Beach that are buried too. So, you know, probably the best example of groins on open coasts that are not spit related are New Jersey,
Seawalls too.
seawalls too.
Yeah, Cape May is not, Cape May is one of those curving around kind of,
Not on the arch.
you guys zoomed in too much.
Well, there's Cape May and there's Cape May Point.
What's that?
There's Cape May and there's Cape May Point, so I think Cape May Point is getting down there where it's really curving.
Yeah. Is there a 4-inch gap, the bigger gap between the roads
And the problem in New Jersey is finding the jetty orientation and spacing that is simple and easy to look at. You know, you don't have weird L shapes on the end of them, and you know, some of them are really close together and they're spread out. And you know, we've all seen, we know what jerseys look like.
The Evangeline is this well-known,
Which one?
New Jersey is just the well-known example.
Oh,
But
yeah.
yeah,
So right now, we have Fort Fisher, shoreline hardening, still some data to go in there. An optional image, Spencer, this was you, sorry. Who did Fort Fisher? You did that. This is interesting, because it does show the sort of bump. And
The
then,
interesting thing there, if you all are not aware of it, is that the pocket beach in the center cove didn't exist until the Mercer project was constructed 2 years later. And the longshore transport went up high enough that it maintains the pocket beach in Los Angeles.
right here.
occasionally disappears. But the two ends of the structure really have no beach.
Yeah, right here. Okay, so
From my perspective, I don't understand how you can deny the logic of Buxton. It's all there in the pictures.
maybe it's enough.
Yeah.
Spencer, can you finish this case study today? Because it looks like we want to annotate the image and add a ground image and reference the report.
Well, I need a history of the drawings.
No, for Fort Fisher?
Oh, no.
I updated the history for Buxton.
Okay, I guess I haven't seen that.
But I was just
I
asking.
did that this morning.
No, we roll the roads.
Okay.
I was just asking if we could put you down for working on the rest of the Fort Fisher case study.
Yes. And what extras do you need here?
Well, there's a note here about enlarge and annotate the image to show the loss of beach north and south. And then add a ground image showing loss of beach, and then you're gonna add in a reference to the engineer's Fort Fisher design report.
That, I think I did that.
Oh, that's great. Okay. Sand trapping overview in Buxton. Do we need this sentence anymore? Oh, wait. So you added some of the history here, is that right?
I did.
So we don't need this first paragraph anymore. It should be short history, right? The dates, but do we need any of this?
I did not include erosion rates.
Okay, do we think we need to include erosion rates?
The shoreline viewer, let's see, it goes back to 46. We might be able to get some, I think what you would be looking for would be north and south of the North Field.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, going back, I mean, I don't know how much detail we want. We want to try and come up with erosion rates prior to the growing field, post-growing field, recent erosion rates. I'm not sure. Do we just want one long-term erosion rate?
Before would be useful, but it would have been uniform at least. So the structures would have created the offset, the differential rates. But then they started deteriorating at some point in time, and they were reinforced by the Corps' reconstruction, not just the native one. So there'd be two.
That's in there. I added those dates.
Any questions?
I wasn't sure, and I actually reached out to Park to try and get any more information regarding sort of that 1984 is the last info that I have of when something was done. I don't know if there was anything done between 84 and onward, beyond moving the lighthouse.
What did they do in '84?
They had rubble that sort of connected the southernmost groin to the
When
lighthouse.
did it go in again? Was it late '60s?
Late 60s, but repaired in 74. That's when it was really,
Was it already
It was-
needed?
it was-
oh, yeah, that was
It was later worked in there by the Corps, you know.
later than 74?
I think so. The extension of the steel sheet piles reinforcing the concrete and wrapping around the foundation was,
74 was sheet piling. Sandbags, let's see. Sandbags in 1980, 82, an extension. So 82 had an extension, 150-foot extension of the southernmost groin. That
landward.
landward,
Yeah, that would have been,
landward.
that's what wrapped around the foundation. It wasn't a straight extension.
Right.
That would
So,
have been the last action, I think.
so what work still needs to be done on that section? Looks like there's gonna be a figure to annotate and maybe, I don't know.
be nice to put some numbers on differential erosion rates if we're not confused by the deterioration.
Just not sure that data exists. Ken, do you have data back to 1960s?
I do not, I've got very limited shoreline laws, just looking at the 1973 Bucks and Beach North project. I was before, there's some erosion rate stuff in there around the White House, but there's relevant. Only have two shorelines pre-construction.
Oh, you do have two shorelines.
I think it's just two.
Well, that's still two. That's good. Can you calculate an erosion rate pre-construction for us? And then.
Can you do that right now?
Can you calculate an erosion rate? Do we want?
Well, it's been complicated by nourishment projects and by the point where deterioration starts to initiate losses of protection.
I mean, I have long-term average shoreline erosion rate for that location from 1980, let's see, 1984 to 2004 and 2004 to 2024. Would that maybe just
Maybe all of it's useful. And I had hills in mind, I just put in case we wanted to give a real long-term view.
Did you include nourishment dates?
I do have a couple early nourishment dates,
Oh,
This I find really illustrative to
72, 73. And
cuts off with the lake house.
I don't think any of them were long enough duration to be much more than a 6-month influence.
But this is instructive, right? I
this
mean,
gives the big picture, long-term background, that part of the coast, the Cape is migrating to the southwest, and always has been, or geologically, always has been. So it's,
Yeah, but it's oscillated enough that the lighthouse was to be abandoned and then recovered enough.
but if you look at the long-term trend from 1852 to 1982, it's massive erosion.
oscillations is related to the Cape tip jiggling around with different wave climates over decadal time scales, yes, but in the long term, that part of the coast is especially fast eroding because of its position along the Cape.
So I think that this could be a nice thing to lead with, that there are very high long-term erosion rates in this area that.
So one thing maybe we should have discussed before we wrote the case studies was like if they have a similar outline or comment. I think we wrote them differently or with different
Yeah.
levels of historical assessment. And so if the purpose of the case study is to show what it was like, so this report's about hardened structures, what it was like before hardened structure, what it was like after hardened structure, and the impact of those hardened structures. Or if these case studies are meant to go through sort of the full history of coastal management in each of those areas, or some other purpose. And so I just, before we go and
Yeah.
refine all of these, what, we should have a general, what do we want each of these to include?
I like that, and I was thinking the same thing, that they all read differently, and it would be good
Not to,
to
to follow up on that,
make them consistent.
following up on that point, are these considered to be extreme examples? Because you mentioned particularly because of the location of the cave, that one example we was talking about, and some other ones. And would that lead people to say, well, this doesn't apply, where we want to put these things?
But they want to put them in Buxton. I mean, there are
Well, that's
places
true,
that
Buxton,
are,
yeah.
that's the places that are suffering.
Yeah,
Most
but-
are the places that want
Yeah,
them
Buxton,
most.
you're
And
right.
so I think that it's valid to point
Yeah.
out why it's so hard
And in this
and
case,
how the structures have functioned
Good.
in this area.
and these rates didn't take long enough for the visual evidence evidence.
I was thinking more outdoor, but that's the immediate question.
Well, and it doesn't even matter, like, we're not even thinking about where, what is wanted, right? We're just talking about what are the examples we can pull from that illustrate the good and the adverse effects of
Okay.
structures, and I think with Grimes and Buxton is a case in point. It just also happens to be a place that's really hard to counter erosion, because big picture, it's a place where over the last, hundreds of years, the shoreline's been changing really, really fast.
Let's, Ken, Reed and I try to come up with some numbers that look at before dates as well as differential numbers somewhere within
Sure.
And that's fine, but then we looking at those same numbers for each of these examples.
Yeah.
So that's
I
kind of
wanna
the
come
thing.
back to that.
It's one thing to say, like,
Yeah.
I don't want to include those necessarily in some and not in all, or not have some sort
So
of consistent.
what is the goal of the case study, right? The case studies, I think, we do want to say, I like what you said, kind of what was it like before, or what was it like after, what was the effect of the structures? I mean, maybe to some extent was the goal achieved, and what were the trade-offs? I mean, if we're thinking about trade-offs being something that we really want to assist in thinking about,
Because there's some areas, like in the Ballhead one, I could have gone back through and I went to the Olson reports and everything, and I could have written pages upon pages of all the things that they did there, whether it's the cycles of nourishment, whether it's the sand tube groins, the maintenance of those, the replating, and so that's where it's just, we have a mix match right now of the way we approach them. I think, is it about the structure that we're intending to show, or is it about the management actions that have been done on that section of coast?
how did you approach it, Jeff?
And I'm not saying it's the right.
No, I'm not saying that either, but I'm just like, what was your approach?
I approached it, I start with just the terminal groin was installed here, like at this time, because that's the structure I was intending to
Mhm.
illustrate. I did mention that there were other things that I mentioned, like just in general, repeated nourishments before that, and this sand tube groin field. In part to say, they've tried these things and then needed this terminal groin. And then I just really try to make the point that it is not an end-all. There's repeated nourishment that still has to. So the point of me illustrating that was that yes, the terminal groin stopped some sand from getting in the navigation channel. It was not a we installed this groin and now we can walk away and we have stabilized, right? Or we have currently mitigated the erosion.
So, I like that. Maybe this is like what was required to maintain.
So another, maybe, different view of
Yeah.
Ballhead's terminal groin. One might argue that they didn't need it, they wanted it. So,
So does that make it less?
well, I just, it's like, what's the purpose? You know, are they, now, I'm not saying that the folks at Baldhead would not argue that they needed it. But what was the purpose in their needing it? Was it because they wanted to hold more sand on South Beach? I mean, they were getting sand, they're getting free sand every 2 years, as it is.
So I think that's important. So what if it's, can the case studies do something like this? How would we change this to make it better? What was the context beforehand? What was the goal of the management action? So was it just to make a nice beach a bit wider? Generally what was done, so they put in this structure, they nourish every so many years, generally. I don't know, you said what was it like after? Maybe that's not quite the right question, like what was the outcome?
And this is the question, is, does that require quantitative number, a rate? To Spencer's point.
I don't know if we can do that, right?
And that's
I
my
mean, I feel
concern
like-
with, and that's my
I feel
concern
like
with
if the
measuring.
numbers are available, we can get them
easily.
easily, maybe, but, and maybe not all the case studies have to be exactly the same. I think if they generally do the same thing, but maybe the outcome is more general, like the beach widened by 50%, maybe you can tell something like that, instead of having actual numbers. And it's gonna vary on, depending on the time scale that you measure, we're not gonna standardize timescales, I mean, we're all volunteers, we're already doing a lot, so I think we need to keep it simple. But I think that, you know, what was the outcome, what was required to maintain the benefits? And then, maybe these last three could be streamlined. I think, what were the benefits and what were the trade-offs? And what's required to maintain?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it should follow from the section above it, which is saying this is what a structure is and these are the impacts of those structures. So the case studies really are meant to illustrate the things we've described in the section above.
Yeah.
And I just want to make sure that we are illustrating the things that we described in the sections above.
Does that, what about this? What was the context beforehand? What was the goal of the management action? Generally, what was done? What was the outcome? And by that, I mean benefits, trade-offs, and what's been required to maintain.
I think the second one,
Maintenance.
the second one, we need to have what was the stated goal.
Yeah,
Which is only,
intended goal.
because that's the only one that we really go is whatever the goal was that was stated, even though we may know it was something else.
And I went from the permit thing, which stated.
Permit, that's the stated goal.
The terminal goal, the terminal growing was intended, they said, specifically to protect infrastructure that was at increasing risk from erosion.
So then, should it be, I mean, was that goal achieved? What was the outcome? Benefits,
Yeah.
trade-offs? And then what's been required to maintain?
Well, the complication with that structure is that it could arguably be called a J as well as a groin. Because one of its purposes was to keep sand from going in the navigation channel.
However, I'm not gonna disagree
But
with
it's shorter.
I'm not, but the purpose of the structure to keep sand going in the navigation channel was, Bald Head's goal was not to benefit the navigation channel. Their goal was to keep the sand on the beach. Because they argued to the core for years, this is gonna benefit you by putting this growing here because less sand is going in the navigation channel. Well, guess what? The Corps dredging the same amount of sand out of that navigation channel, a little different location because the terminal point's there. So there's really no benefit to navigation.
There's the stated goal.
So,
Yeah, we don't get into the nuance that jetties do trap sand up for beaches too, right? So it's
So-
not, we don't get into all of
so Reed and Spencer, can you guys work to make the Buxton case study match that general structure?
We could take a shot at it, but I'm gonna draft 10 too.
That's fine, you can have a highlighted spot that needs to be filled in, but just generally, and then Joe, you'll check yours too, just to make sure again that, finish that outline.
Sure, but define the stated reason for the drawings.
It was to protect the naval facility.
That's
I might
an
have
assumption,
graduated.
right?
I might have
I mean, I'm not gonna be able to find a report that states that.
NPS says that.
I don't know that I'm
Well-
going to find, I don't know that I'm going to cite something. I mean, clearly that's what it was
Joe and
for.
Greg.
the. Just to see if
Looking at
it's
some of the reports,
captured all aspects of, I was looking at it from one section. of the
All right,
report.
well, we gotta get to work time, so, and take a break,
Some
so we've been sitting a long time. So then, the terminal going in Fort Macon, who wrote that one?
Rudy,
It's not here. Okay.
I haven't reviewed that yet. I can go over the
Can
article
you-
with you.
Oh, you did, can you review that for that structure? And then Bald Head, that's you, Joe? So what about the Fort Fisher one?
That's,
Spencer, so Spencer, you're gonna do, wow, you did a lot on these. So Spencer, you're also reviewing the Fort Macon and Fort Fisher case studies for, outline.
If you're still working when we're ready to leave, we'll send a new report.
Spencer's gonna be, oh, but we already had Fort, so we can delete that one. So there's just those, okay. All right, sorry. Are you guys okay to just fly through the last questions and then we can break and have work time rather than having to come back and do more questions? Or do we need a break now?
So is one of your questions related to, do we need more case studies?
Yes.
Okay.
So are we good with the 4?
Well, I was just gonna say, if we want to jump into New Jersey,
Yeah, you have a good one?
well, I kind of stumbled on, so back in the 90s, it's actually a pretty interesting case study in North Jersey. They went back and they notched a bunch of groins that were built in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. And so it's kind of interesting why they decided they had to notch them. And some of the, and this is a JCR article from some poor people back in 2004. One
Was
of
it
the,
successful?
Well-
Permeable?
well, as is always the case, right, when you write these things, more monitoring is needed. But it says that the, why. So it says, the combination of many factors, including but not limited to, these are why there's a problem in North Jersey. Including but not limited to shore parallel and perpendicular structures, storm activity, sea level rise, and the hardening of the upland portions of the beach profile had caused a severely sediment-starved, or had caused severely sediment-starved beaches. So that's like all the things that, you know, the poster child of what not to do, I guess, maybe.
All those things at once.
Yeah.
Did notching help?
It moved sand, but it was, some of this was like a test. So the modeling indicated they should shorten the groins, but they didn't have the money to do it, so they tried to try something else by notching. And I don't think they've got, at this point, at least as of 2004, I don't think they had the jury was still out on the efficacy of notching. Now, it's possible there's been something else published since then, and I could certainly follow up with one of the co-authors who I know, just say, is there more?
I mean, maybe Greg, you and I can see if we can hunt down another barrier island example or two from elsewhere.
Do you want
I mean, maybe that New Jersey one, and maybe one other one.
do you want a shoreline hardening example?
I would like to have a shoreline hardening. Like quickly. Is it open ocean barrier coast?
He's not gonna tell us what they didn't see what Fisher would do.
You have to say.
Yeah.
Some of the most convenient parking for beachfront anywhere, Galveston.
It's
Yeah,
also
that's
not
what I was
like
Galveston.
mid-island.
Yeah, I'm thinking that.
This is a true seawall. It's freestanding, but they filled an entire story of fill and elevated the entire town after the 1900
We're talking
hurricane.
about Galveston. Yeah, I mean, that's the key. Like, sure.
But the thing I like about this example, if you're going to use out of state, is you can prove anything you want. This is the center section, long-term erosion, some beach nourishment, but by and large, it's got a low tide beach and no high tide beach. The beach disappeared. They built it to not die after the next hurricane. So for that goal, it met. They didn't care about the beach at the time. But if you look at
But it's a lot of commercial area there. It's not just one.
Yeah, you gotta
Oh,
look
yeah,
at two
it's
ends.
a whole town or city.
Right.
6,000 died.
I know. I teach about it.
Um,
It's very sad.
This is the west end, and the highest erosion rate in that part of Texas is at the downdrift end of the wall. So it's clearly an end impact.
And no beach.
No beach in front of it and highly eroding behind it. And lots of pictures of that area. But my favorite is on the other end.
Yeah.
And there's the wall, and
Yeah.
this was after Alicia, like in '83, and there was actually a mobile home park seaward of the seawall. It's no longer financially viable to have mobile homes, so there are now lots of homes and high-rises in that area rather than mobile homes. The difference being, at distance of this image, there is a mile-long jetty
Right.
at the Galveston entrance that's trapped sand. So the point being, if you're going to harden the
Fill it.
shoreline, the issue is whether it's long-term erosion or not. If there's no erosion, you can build mobile homes in front of it. If there is erosion, then you're going to lose the beach, and you're going to have adverse impacts on the downriver end.
The downdrift end and the midsections are the analogies to Marcos.
I don't have good numbers for that, but I can describe it, but can you give these pictures?
I think it would be interesting to have a drawing example from New Jersey or somewhere else.
There are drawings here that have been-
Galveston's a reasonable.
Just a outline suggestion, we have the three in-depth North Carolina ones. You could have maybe a little less information on New Jersey and Galveston, and not have as much detail, just put them as other, other state examples. That way, rather than trying to look up the same amount of numbers and make them completely comparable.
We, Commissioner Henson.
I was just gonna,
Yeah.
it might have been mentioned, is Oregon Inlet. I'm sure Spencer has some sort of knowledge on that one, but there's been other reports done, so there's minimal impact from it.
I think that's more of the jetty.
The general rule.
Oh, the terminal right there.
Which one may argue that that functions more like a jetty.
I guess I think of it as functioning.
Not from a navigation improvement, like knocking down waves like a long jetty would be, but from a, I don't know, that's not what its purpose was.
I
Its
was on the
purpose,
committee that led to that.
its purpose is
It was
to
to
hold
keep
the,
the
yeah,
inlet under the bridge.
yeah.
There's been, what?
They do a real good job of that.
Behind it, so the bridge then washed away.
The impacts would be highly complicated because they're probably causing some of the canal zone erosion.
Mm.
So it's not just the fillet behind the jetty, which is longshore transport reversal due to the inlet shoals, but it's what that sand supply would have been farther south. But it was really meant to stop the migration, not to do anything else.
Yeah, I think we were trying to focus on structures that were in place to mitigate erosion or to protect structures and infrastructure.
Well, it was put in to protect the bridge, right, Spencer?
Only to stabilize the inlet position. The inlet was migrating at 600 feet per year.
Right, it was, right.
Yeah, it's
So-
just different than like an open, like,
And it's
homes
moved
and-
2 miles since its creation.
what's that?
It's moved 2 miles since its creation.
Not since the,
Not since the going.
not since the terminal growing, but
Right.
since it opened, yeah.
I mean, I'm not opposed to including, I think it's just a different category of,
It's just not many
Structure.
examples in the state of water structures.
well, there's several, but yeah. Yes, we did talk about sandbags. I think I can do it.
Another one you were talking about, New Jersey, I read out was, it's, what they're after Superstorm Sandy. I think it was Farragut or,
Yeah, the seawall that sort
Yeah.
of was unearthed.
yep.
John Irish.
They put one in.
In the bay?
I think it was, man,
These are good photos, Spencer, you want to post them? After Sandy, did you say? So the thought was maybe we just have a shorter section, maybe we don't go into as great, same amount level of detail for other case studies, we just mentioned a few sort of well-known examples like Galveston. And I think, Jordan, you're looking at
Yeah,
one
it's
in New Jersey.
Mantuwalking, New Jersey.
Oh, yes.
It was a seawall that was filled right after Superstorm Sandy. It's a 3.5 mile sheet pile seawall.
On the ocean front?
Is that the area that's been heavily nourished after Sandy?
They talk about that, how it has a strong sand bypassing system to make it work.
Did that beach?
Definitely haven't been there.
Yeah. We can look into that one. That's good, thank you. Okay. So case studies, we're gonna work to organize them all similarly, so those questions answered kind of in that order for each one, similar level of detail, and then look into adding a few more. What do y'all think about a short section on New Jersey, South Carolina? I have some information on this, and California, and how they're sort of making adjustments to the limits. So just for information's sake, to say that places that have used structures a lot are starting to back up a little bit.
I think that's great.
And then, do we want to include more NC data, effects of sandbags, case study on sandbags? I think I already just put that up above, so. Spencer, I think you had mixed feelings about that. But a sandbag example couldn't hurt. What's that?
Just as a performance tool.
As a hardening, another hardening. I stand myself up there. Yeah.
Well, the hard thing about the sandbags though is which application do you pick? You know, what story are you trying to tell? Because you can pick one. I mean, they're all in a place where there's high erosion.
Well, I think one story you can tell overcook is that put in one section of sandbag, and if you're trying to hold the line, then you get more erosion on the edges, and you have to put in more sandbags, and you get more
So-
erosion on the edges, and you put in more sandbags, and so you get 500 feet of sandbags, and just so you know, a trade-off is
Yeah.
eventually you're gonna have to put up sandbags along the entire
So-
stretch.
So I think that story is okay. So I'm kind of thinking of what's the ones down at Fort Fisher?
The rigs.
The riggings. Been there forever. I don't know.
That's a condo complex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's really no downdrift because downdrift is the Fort Fisher revetment. And updrift is Curie Beach, and then Core pump sand up there every
So
4 or
they
5
have,
years.
they don't have as much of an effect there. So
Right.
that could be an interesting contrast, right? Like, gosh, how many case studies do we want to have?
That's-
But I think that's valuable, like I mean, in some places, right? Because some places the adverse impacts aren't terrible, and some places the adverse impacts are really significant. Do you know that area well enough to write something?
I know it.
He knows it way better than I.
Would you be willing to write?
We'll come pick you up next week.
I would be willing to recommend to avoid it.
Why?
First of all, it's the only sandbag structure in the state sitting on rock. It settles, going back to the intention of the temporary erosion control structures permits, the elevation of the revetment was selected based on what was thought to be the seasonal fluctuations in the berm elevation at about 6 feet. So if you build the sandbags at the worst winter erosion in the summer, there's a chance it would be buried with berm fluctuations. If you build it on the surface, then it's going to get scoured by the worst erosion of the year and probably collapse. But the impact and the size limits were reasoned as a way to minimize the adverse impacts both on the beach in front of it and on the adjacent shores.
Did it work?
What?
Did that work?
The panel has previously recommended the size limits are more important than the time limits. So, the panel at that time felt that that was a critical limit on the structures. Now, since then, there have been lots of variances and an enlargement of the size limit just recently.
So what are your objections to including it in a sentence or two?
Well, the riggage is highly complicated in that it's tied to the collapse of a state. It's the only rock headland in the state. It's complicated by a man-made revetment that failed on top of it, the last outcrop. And when the original revetment failed, that point lost 140 feet.
Okay, so it's a complicated story, we don't gain much from it.
That's the short story.
So then let's not worry about it.
And I helped them get $3.5 million to fix it, and they chose not to use it.
All right, so case studies may be something we'll have to follow up on after this meeting. But let's try to get the ones that we have in there more consistent with each other and start to outline a few others. I'll work on this section for New Jersey South Carolina.
You want the Allison?
Yes.
I'll give you a paragraph.
I like it concise.
Yeah.
Made for effect.
Paragraph and a picture? Paragraph and a picture? Because why? What did you say? You had everything.
Because I think it'll be more effective than a reading off document.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
to your point earlier,
Yeah, I think we can keep this, and people can look them up online and find a lot more information if they want to know more, right? I mean, a lot of these are minor examples. And the last point here, we could come back to, but just briefly, I think we should keep in mind whether we want to conclude with some final thoughts or recommendations. And, you know, I think about along the lines of how important it is to consider the trade-offs and sort of where benefits are occurring and where adverse impacts are occurring and what they are. Do we think we might want to develop something like that? I'm thinking like a paragraph.
In the original charge, were we asked to provide recommendations?
It wasn't in our outline, but it's my understanding that we have flexibility to share what we think is important to share. We can chat with commissioners on that.
Makes sense to me.
I mean, if after we've gone through this whole exercise, there's something that we feel we want to sum up with, that would, I hope, you know, the CRC would want to know our thoughts on.
I think that would be helpful. Can I ask a question for you?
Please.
Oh, we
Sorry,
do?
you're behind me, so
That's
just
okay.
shout out if you want to chime in.
Are we looking at things like offshore?
Breakwaters?
Yeah,
Yes,
that's included.
it is. So what we've done is.
Because I know there's interest by some.
Yeah, we haven't actually talked in detail about those sections, because those sections are probably the more straightforward
Okay.
sections that are more written in a way that is pretty closer. Well, I don't know. They haven't had as many questions around them, but we've broken all structures up into a category of structures that trap sand
Right.
and structures that harden the shoreline. And so groins have come up a lot. They trap sand in a really obvious way, but breakwaters also trap sand. So breakwaters are in that section.
So is that considered hardening, breakwaters?
Yeah, it's a hardened structure. Yeah. Well, it's not considered shoreline hardening, but we would call them a hard structure because they're made out of hard material. Does that make sense?
We need to make a distinction between harbor breakwaters and offshore breakwaters.
We do. We want to specifically talk about offshore breakwaters. I was on a call last week, and somebody was talking about breakwaters, and it was a shore perpendicular structure, and I spent so much time in California, it was so long ago, and I've just been thinking about offshore breakwaters. Shore parallel, but right, harbor breakwaters are not always shore
And they're,
parallel.
the ones we're talking about are clearly sand traps.
Correct. So we should probably, I think we do call them offshore breakwaters. And then there are lots of different varieties of them.
Near shore breakwaters.
Near shore breakwaters? Okay, that's even better. Okay,
I think we're gonna need something to help us think in terms of, we've already mentioned Buxton, and also Highway 12 in general.
Yeah.
Those are the hot topics.
yeah, well, we're getting that part of
What's interesting about neutral breakwaters, I think just as a little bit of an anecdotal, I'm not aware, I'm not saying that this is an absolute, I'm not aware of a nearshore breakwater on the Atlantic coast.
Well, I was gonna say, we don't have any
They're-
case
they're-
studies on
They're
breakwaters.
they're, and I put this in, I think I put in my comment, at least as part of the write-up, is they're typically using the Great Lakes
Yes.
and the Gulf Coast where you have a much smaller fetch.
That's right.
You know, there's a couple of examples in California, but
Yeah.
I don't know if those are even comparable to what we're talking about here, but I don't know of a single case of nearshore breakwater.
And I'm not
on the
sure
East
it's
Coast.
feasible, because with the high energy wave
Yeah.
climate, I mean, would they stay put?
You could move that
People
number.
have talked about that as an approach, or a lot of analogous things, that I think making that category include them.
Well, we have to include the category, but like,
I'm just,
to talk about their feasibility. is
yeah,
not- is
I
not
tend to go
gonna-
to like, on a lot of things, I kind of feel like that, you know, I've probably never had an original thought, and if somebody else hasn't had a thought before me, then maybe there's some reason for that. And if somebody else, somewhere else on the whole Atlantic seaboard hasn't thought that neutral breakwaters are a good idea, then maybe, you know, they're not. I mean, that's not a technically defensible position, it's a little bit anecdotally, but
No, but you make a very, very important point, because we have been focusing on what case studies can we include, and that means we're drawing from what we know of, and since there are no examples of nearshore
Yeah.
breakwaters on the Atlantic coast, we don't know of any to
Right.
consider including. So that makes me think maybe what we want, we need some way to highlight that they haven't been used and talk about why, and one way to do that would be to pull a case study from the Great Lakes
yeah.
and say, it worked here and had these effects here, which is still downdrift impact, so there's still trade-offs.
Yeah.
But it's only been, they've only been used in these low energy environments because, maybe you can help us with that, Greg? Or do we just say it in the section on where we talk about sand trapping and say that offshore breakwaters haven't been used on the Atlantic coast because?
Well, I mean,
What was the one constructed in Miami?
well, that's neat, that's why I'm,
I think one was constructed in Miami, but it may have been removed because it was targeting an erosion hotspot and it caused more problems than it solved, I think. But I don't know.
I mean, the Corps' coastal engineering manual talks about that they're not used on the Pacific and Atlantic coast because of the fetch. And they're used in, you see them in the Great Lakes, but the Great Lakes have fairly limited fetches.
Right.
I didn't bring that up to advocate for them, but I.
No, but people are gonna
I've
ask.
heard
Yeah.
people talking about
Yeah.
them as a
Agreed.
more benign than a seawall,
Right.
and they're gonna come up.
It's helpful to be reminded of that.
Well, one issue is working offshore is always more expensive. So they're very expensive structures compared to something on the shoreline, which you can.
Sure, but if they worked, people would be using.
I mean,
Well, if you want to see offshore breakwaters, go to Europe or Japan, and there are lots of high energy offshore breakwater systems out there. I mean, there are miles and miles of Japan that are armored with breakwaters.
What kind of substrate?
I presume sand, but I don't know, could be rock.
They also may, in spite of the concerns we have in this country with dwindling supply of sand, they probably don't have the sand supplies there that we do here.
So they don't have a choice.
Right, that may be the only game in town.
So do we dig up an offshore breakwater example, or just talk about them more explicitly as not
I mean,
having been used on the
We
Atlantic
could,
coast?
I mean, there's probably the most famous one Joe's got pulled up there is on Presque
Presque
Isle.
Isle, yeah, I thought of
And
Presque
then
Isle.
there's
There's also
a-
a Groinfield.
Yeah, there's, it's a whole, It's actually, I think it's a successful application. I mean, and it's kind of interesting, there's a combination of salients and tombos that have happened there, and so you get multiple different responses.
There's a journal article that, or a book you wrote advocating that it was not successful.
Oh, yeah.
With
Yeah.
some points that.
Well, I think it depends on your,
Well, and that's why I didn't know.
what's the
Well, there's
objective.
boating and recreation and swimming and currents and
Yeah.
hazards and.
Well, actually, he was saying that the impact was down here.
That there's a down, well, there has to be a downdraft because it's trapping.
Yeah.
You know, they're sand traps, so
Yeah.
There has to be.
it's fundamentally,
So we could include Presque Isle, but say that there aren't examples on the Atlantic coast, we include Presque Isle, we could including the downdraft effects. We could include something from Europe, or we could just not, we could just say.
Less is better both for the document and for the town, for all volunteers, and I can get this done easily and quickly.
Well, Spencer's one's got most of it to do.
But breakwaters are going to come up, so what information is needed? They're in the section on sand trapping.
I think having this sentence in there saying, because we've already included them, because that's one of the ways to trap sand.
I mean, I could write a paragraph on Presque Isle, and some of it would be, a little of it would be, here's the history, but then some of it would be, here's why it's not North Carolina. I mean, fetch, fresh water, ice, I'm sure I can find some stuff on that. In fact, the CEU may talk about
It can't hurt.
it. So, I mean, I can write up a Presque Isle.
Okay. Thank you.
Or just get it rolled up underneath.
Yeah.
Laura,
Yes.
just quickly on the reporters. You're correct, so it is good.
Yep.
And examples, like you're saying, are very hard to find. I think having something there just addressing the San Martin Pier reporter, that's an old structure, but they good effort to put 4 or 5 years ago to get better funding to the building or Charlotte Road infrastructure protection.
Where is this?
The San Martin Pier, Dublin.
Yeah. Okay.
That one, I've looked at that, I mean, that isn't old, I think it was built like in the 30s. But it may also provide navigation, like I think it's a harbor behind
Yeah, I was wondering if that's a harbor.
Initially it was part of it.
Because harbor breakwaters are different.
But it's got a, well, it has through history, it has had a massive salient that is formed.
Is it
behind
short parallel?
Short parallel.
It is.
But I think the salient comes and goes, and I don't know if they nourish, but it's a very wide beach there.
Hmm. Okay. That's tricky. So you're thinking leaving more than one example?
Well, not perfect, I think you have to be study, but I think just addressing why it hasn't been done on the Atlantic coast, but it's been one of the places for lakes, Gulf Coast, West Coast.
And why it works there, yeah. Right. And we can also add to the section on structures. Nearshore, breakwaters. Okay. Well, we need a break, but how about before, do we want to make a plan now, or do we want to take a break and then make a plan? Kind of have a plan. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. It's 2:45. So 5 of 3, and then we'll take 5 minutes to go over what we said we would work on, and I think a few of us need a couple more assignments, but there's plenty. And then I propose we just put our heads down and work individually or together for an hour and 15, and then maybe come back together to see if there are any questions that we need to bring to the group about what we were finding as we work, and then we'll wrap up, make adjustments.
One thing I could hard help with is the readability. Readability aspect of it,
The organization.
organization readability. I think we've already talked about the
Maybe you and
organization.
I could, well, reorganization we haven't sorted out yet. We said a couple of us will work on how to reorganize.
That sounds good.
So maybe you and I could and Brian and I could huddle in a corner and take a look at that.
Sounds good.
All right, so 10-minute break. A few minutes before so people come back.
Did you?
I should sit. How are you guys doing back here?
I don't think I mean,
And I don't know if that's, I don't know, I was just thinking.
so one of the issues that, somebody mentioned, or maybe it was Laura mentioned about, a non-trivial issue is, the hazards of boating and swimming. And I think
Yes.
a submerged breakwater is even maybe more of a hazard.
So that's why I had a note earlier, like, you mentioned the hazards.
Yeah, I just commented because it's defined in here as that it has to be emergency, and it's not necessarily.
So what's defined as emergency? Oh, I missed that.
Defined to the mean water.
Well, for that, but I think a submerged breakwater is another.
But they could be submerged or not, right? Can you fix it?
I have just heard people talk about that, as they understood, they think that might be a
A submerged breakwater. I have too. I think that the mayor.
Dump and waters.
I was on the Coast Guard Interpretation Plan called 1012. And we were talking about.
So how do you, what kind of construction would be required for breakwater in Buxton with 15-foot waves in the surf zone? What would it require? I mean, the size, Santa Monica must have something similar, although maybe the period's different. I'm curious, just from an engineering standpoint, is it about creating concrete, or is it that you have to get
Above or below sea level.
rock big enough?
So it could be one or the
It's
other.
simpler, we tried.
What's that?
Trying to simplify, like,
If it's, depends on how big it is, because there's not so much, you can't blast rock. You can't give it such a big rock.
Right.
And when you get above that size that you need based on stability, in other words, what's watering in the ground, you have to go to concrete.
But, and so is it how they interlock that creates?
Yeah.
Well, the rocks, you don't want to straight rocks, so you get away with the rocks.
There's gotta be some exercises, we're talking about whether they good, bad.
And then, when the other keeping them in place, when you go. That's
But there is some interlocking.
So that way you have the mass required.
The intent is that it's massive enough that it would not move, or not move much based on wave attack. And there's all types of research, I mean, the jetties at Masonburg Inlet, it's the same concept. You know, that stone is a certain size based on design criteria for storm waves, periods, water levels, all that stuff.
Literally, it's like you just increase the grain size.
Gotcha.
Until you get to where you can pick up those.
Right.
And then you got everything. And I think in the big door, 65 tons.
I'm trying to think of the biggest rock. You can make them multiple sizes. I'm not sure what the biggest are. The biggest I can think of is like Crescent City, California, jetty there. They've got, those are 45. I'm not sure how big those are. I've looked at this stuff and I've talked about it in class and I forget about it.
I was trying to look this up the other day when they started talking about breakwaters off Buxton. You know, where I've read, they've shown rocks over 100 tons that have been moved.
Yeah, and so one of the challenges is, I tell my students all the time that the most energetic shoreline on the East Coast is our Outer Banks.
Right.
So That's not a trivial concern, structure designer there.
I've seen early East Coast.
I think, does Barney get in like that?
It could be with those other quarries.
Gotcha.
But there was an issue 30 years ago. Dollars are two concrete bars that can be locked.
Right. Like jacks? I mean, yeah. Well, that's actually what somebody mentioned, is that idea of those jacks.
There are all kinds of bad stuff, most of which never gets built. The one in North Carolina is in Fisher, where they have something called a state law. It's 8 feet tall, 3 feet in diameter, with 4 legs that interlock.
It's the toe of the Fort Fisher.
Ah, okay.
So if you've ever been out there, notice that at the toe, there are these perfectly round concrete, like pedestals, if you will, that are sticking up. But if you can push everything away, it's got legs that go in the garage, and it's called a stake.
I've got it was done based on a model study. I've got one.
Oh, really?
So here's an example of a different. So the stake pod, that's the stake pod there. That's what's at the toe of the Fort Fisher Rebellion.
And that's 8 feet tall.
Is that how big? Oh, I
think that's
and then kind of the most famous is it Dolos, which is here somewhere. I'm looking at it upside down. I think
It's up top.
it's in alphabetical order. Oh, there we go. So Dolos. So that's probably the most famous.
But once again, I've seen pictures of sort of shorelines, something that's had similar to that, kind of interlocking.
Yeah, yeah. So that's the thing with those Zolos, is you can't interlock them, but the problem is, and this is what happened, some pretty cool research done in, the one I'm aware of is Crescent City, California, where obviously you get really big waves coming off the Pacific, and it moves everything around.
Right.
So if you don't have them locked in good, they will rock and they'll move.
Right.
And then you unlock them, and they'll break. And so then a 40-ton Delos that breaks in two is now a 220-ton, which is not stable. So then they do research. Yeah. And then this thing here was invented by the people at the Corps that's intended to be a repair unit for Delos. And it's really cool because they were Corps employees when they invented this. So there's a patent on it, but of course they don't get any royalties if it's used in the U.S. But when it's used internationally, these two guys get royalties on that design.
So they go out and shop it internationally.
Yeah.
There are that many shapes.
Yeah, there's, that doesn't mean that they're all as a fit, it's kind of like, oh, I'd like to have this shape. It says, well, we have a concrete form over here for this shape. Okay, let's do that.
I think it's either 2 or 3 Saturdays leading up to Christmas, they have candlelight tour. Right. And then at the end of the tour, the fireworks display out there on the ground. Too much time and car and fireworks for my house.
Okay, so you only have
So if I forget, it's the third Saturday in December, I find out at about 10 o'clock.
Gotcha.
Start hearing the fireworks.
I live in Bania back when we were done, they do those concerts, or there at Festival Park. And when it's, that time of year. Long traffic.
He's already acting like.
2 more years.
He probably has a subscription for it. That's an decision right there. It's 5 kids based on your age. You get older, you get to certain points with diapers.
Scheduled service.
Yeah, it starts at like 21 to like 28, it's just like selection of liquors. And then 28, 35, it's like clothing, where to the gym, because you start carrying like yourself on it. 35 to 40s, cruise ship tickets, individual kids.
Excuse me.
I don't know.
Yeah.
These sections on overwash, I've got 2 comments. One of them is height of the wall. There's a long stretch of wall along the city, which I think was very back in the 50s. And it didn't have any impact on overwash transport in transit. Of course, everything was way
Reed, what do you want? You had a lot of reports, don't you?
I don't know. None that really matter.
Now, Mark, when you said readability, were you thinking organization or were you just thinking like jargon and?
Yes, as an organization, but I was particularly thinking readability for someone who's familiar with the field but not really.
So like suggesting edits?
Suggesting edits.
So not necessarily organization.
Yeah.
It's good for organization. I don't know. Maybe great.
I'm happy to work on whatever you think.
I'm glad they have an organization too.
Wherever you need me. I mean, I can try to, I mean, if Spencer wants to have a look at what I wrote for Buxton, we can make changes to that.
Well, could you take a look at it and see if it fits that 5 questions?
Sure. And we have those 5 questions written down.
I'm gonna send this to everybody. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the first thing.
Okay, I can do that. And I just got more information. I want to make sure I just got how some updated things, so I'll compare that with what I wrote.
That's great.
Normally knows if it falls squarely in the court's court to decide how
Let me
they want
send.
to proceed, they can override it or not. So,
On the
we'll see.
organization, it'd be useful for us to go through that, to go quickly ahead of when some people are doing the rewrites, so they know exactly where they're
Maybe we should just
rewriting.
bite the bullet and organize by city. I don't know. It seems impossible.
No, I'm just saying a quick overview and then
determination.
So we're doing
that
organization, can spend more time.
we disagree
Exactly.
with our finding that it,
But
is
the rewriting
inconsistent
sections is
with
probably
policy.
useful to know where they are.
I think that comes to us in a letter.
Right, because if we move things around.
Happens after that, I think we can yeah, it's,
Yeah, what are you doing, Laura? Come on.
it's definitely out of my hands, we're so involved because, you know, we could,
Okay, I'm sending
we could
all
open
of
a
you
dialogue
guys
to begin,
the document I have up.
but it depends on what direction they go. If they decide to play ball and the state courts is
Joe, you have it
looking
shown.
into monitoring or
You're
something.
gonna run the
or
rules of
that
both
side of
amendments
things,
into
or,
section 2A. I don't know if it's still section 2A.
I don't know, maybe we could do one litigation
Yeah, it is,
side.
that's,
Yeah, I know what you're
you
saying.
know what that is.
Entertain.
You're gonna move 2B at the beginning of 1C.
If they say, you know what,
Yeah, I'm sure
And then
those
you're
aren't the
gonna
same.
move on
we're
to
gonna find it.
But you know what that is, right? 2B was,
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's,
2B?
I haven't been around for that to happen, so, yeah, we're not sure.
Sounds like something.
To
It would, I would imagine if I would imagine.
Access was denied.
Then
No.
I mean, you might not have wanted to give me access.
I think I just forgot to say everybody's building gets access.
It actually wasn't 2B, it was just the start of section 2, it's that whole stream thing.
Oh, shoot. I messed it up again.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll see.
All right. I have access.
How are you? What's new?
Say that again, Joe?
It wasn't 2A, it was just this, it was the start of section 2, it was this whole S3 shoreline
Here
thing,
instead.
which was now the start of section 3
Now
instead of
three.
section 2, but we
I
moved
think
that up
that's
to
good.
section
Can you look at the organization?
I couldn't get on.
No, really.
Good luck.
Yeah, we've met them a couple times about, like, thin layers places.
So let's do 10 minutes to start on the thing you know you're gonna do. And I'm gonna just look through a couple things with Joe on the organization. And then, or did you wanna help with the organization?
Larry, have anything to say?
I can help as well if you want.
Oh my gosh.
Brad needs an assignment.
Yeah, I'll usually do it.
You can't just be sitting there, Brad.
I should have just said all.
There's a lot to do, but I think until we have the organization down, it's tough to move forward. I don't know, Brad and Martin, do you want to crowd around and see if we can, the four of us, do this? And then,
Are you on the?
because these guys have case studies they can work on straight away, and those are at the end. So whatever we do won't mess them up. Or I could put it up there.
And maybe up there, it looks.
Will that, if I put it up there, will you guys be able to do your thing if we're talking around you? Okay.
I ignore you most of the time.
Perfect.
I'm just kidding.
Okay, do you want to? Thank you. It's just like me.
Just making light of it, just making light.
Let's see, so, oh yes. I can make it 200, but then how are we going to see it? Okay, yeah, why don't you go up there? Let's go. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, Spencer and Reed get started on case studies, because that's at the end. The rest of us are gonna just try to figure out the organization.
Okay.
Because that way we won't be moving things around while we're working on stuff. Does that work for you, Spencer?
Yep.
But you need Greg for a sec?
He needs to make sure I don't leave him.
No, I found this one.
Okay. So, what were our goals here? We said we're gonna
Greg's
reorganize.
report, if you want to be.
We're going to reduce the introduction.
Where's the goals?
Yeah, the core report.
That's probably smart, Reed.
Do you think you have that in the library? Okay, because I'm gonna, this one that I was reading from was a special issue of JCR that the library had. I can send you that, or I'll go get it from the library.
Help me.
And I'll get, when I go back.
I'll dig up Greg's if you don't have it.
I think it's further up.
I think I can find it again.
I don't know that I have it. I probably did it one time.
That one I found.
Okay.
I found
Oh, I
the,
put them in comments.
and that was a simple Google search.
That was silly.
Came up on.
No, I can-
And you started them with like today, right? You
Yeah.
started today.
You can put it in front of the warehouse. Yeah.
Oh, references. I forgot to bang on references. We need to make sure we're including references everywhere we
Appreciate it.
can.
Thanks.
There are a few sections that really don't have references at all. So something to, as you go through, flag and add if you can.
I picked up 3 or 4 today already.
That's great. Oh my gosh.
So,
Did you find it? Sorry, that was a mistake.
If I find summaries, do you want copies or links, or just references?
Links would be good, but if you could put them in parenthetically and at the end, that would be good too.
okay, here, today, shift some of the text from the estuarine section and also mention bulkheads and jetties, why we're not including
Yeah,
these.
but that's not the reason, that's true. No, I think it's in this document. Measures and lessons should be reorganized. Maybe it got deleted. Shoot,
It'd be above this, I think.
I know, I agree. Or did I put it down here?
Oh.
Maybe I did it. Okay, here we go. Consider reorganization, reduce redundancy, you're right, it wasn't up above, but it's here. Reduce redundancy, increase readability, shorten the intro, and shorten old section 1C, which is now 2A. Okay, so those are our goals. So right now, starting at the beginning, we're gonna have an executive summary. We won't talk about that yet. And then we go into intro. And the intro starts with, basically, I wrote a couple of paragraphs saying what we're gonna say. Like we're just looking at, say what you're gonna say it, and then say it, what you said. It's not complete yet, but that's what's there. And then we go into an overview of shoreline change on barrier landscapes. I feel like that's actually pretty solid.
Clearly intro.
Processes specific to North Carolina. Seems clearly intro, right?
Yeah.
And then section C is, former section C was categories of management approaches for open ocean coastlines. I don't know, I still feel like that's intro. But it could be,
We talked about moving that one.
we talked about making a section 2 that starts with category of management approaches for open coastlines, and then has a shortened section, like shortening that a lot. And then B would be what is currently allowed in North Carolina
Okay. So this is no longer intro, this is a section 2.
currently. And then the way we have it right now, trade-offs and adverse impacts is kind of buried.
We could, since we've got now the executive summary and we didn't before, and this was in the intro, maybe that could be merged into what's in the executive
No,
summary.
I don't like that idea. This is the meat of it. This is
This is section
our
3.
introduction to like all the things we need to think about.
So,
What does that mean?
remind me, I'm sorry, I'm trying to just like kind of look at it as an outline, just to see
Yeah.
what section titles. What's the title for, what is the title and then the subtitles for section 2? The new section for, are we calling this new section 2?
The new section 2 would be,
That,
hang on, sorry, scrolling, your eyes. Let's see, current approaches to management, it's long. We need a different, but what's in it is current approaches to management on sandy open ocean coastlines, what's allowed in North Carolina, and then trade-offs.
And we're going to cut a lot of that because we're going to cut off trade-offs and stuff for like trapping sand and.
That's in the earlier one,
You know,
that's,
yeah, that's.
we're gonna remove that from the section.
Say that again?
Oh, yeah.
Say that again, Joe? What are we removing?
It's in section 2 now. right?
Yeah, just below this, like each of these 5 categories, we are removing trade-offs,
Yes.
advantages.
So you just have like a sentence for each.
Yeah, we're
Well,
pretty
there are a
much
couple
the same.
sentences, so it's gonna be, maybe it doesn't even need to be section A. Like maybe this is just approaches.
I think what's allowed in North Carolina, I think having it as a distinct section too. Because the North Carolina part is,
Approaches to
Everything has two
management
grades
of sandy,
section.
open ocean coastlines.
Never had a single.
I mean, maybe it should just be section 2.
Yeah.
And section 3 should be what's allowed.
And then
section
section
4
4
should be, maybe that's simpler.
That's
30
what I was-
units migrate.
I think the,
So you're breaking this title 2 into 2, 3, and 4?
Yeah, so this would be
This is
3.
split offshore.
And some of them will be shorter, but that's okay.
Hang on. So it would look like this. Categories of management approaches for sandy, open ocean coastlines. And then that, but that's gonna be pretty short. And then
Foam, fabric.
this would be 3, what approaches are currently allowed in North Carolina. And then 4 would be trade-offs and adverse impact.
okay, I'm gonna suggest something right here.
Yeah,
This section here, go down to the ecology one. I'm suggesting move this to the very end.
Legitimate European.
End of what?
Of this, section, what is it, 3 now? So you go through it, and then you'll first keep going. You'll talk about effects of sand, structures that trap sand, then you'll talk about hardened structures, and then we can talk about, these are physical, and then at the end of that, we can talk about ecological effects of both. So I think it's going down, you have that one, and then just move it down to, okay, keep going, and move it down to right.
but I feel like the ecological impacts are part of the trade-offs,
Well,
no?
okay, well, isn't this section all about trade-offs? This is section 3, isn't it?
No, these are rocks.
They're just rocks.
So I guess this gets to the redundancy, right? Because is everything that's in E,
And the other issue was that there were.
Because all of it's under that.
Field structure.
Yeah, there.
yeah, but we have all approaches to mitigating erosion, protecting behind beach nude lead to adverse impacts. Structural approaches in place with the intention of mitigating by trapping sand, blah, blah, blah. All approaches to protecting by hardening. I mean, are we,
So by doing it this way, Martin, you're really putting trade-offs and adverse impacts at a pretty high level in our organization.
I kind of hate to put it at the end.
Well,
Because
Or the ecology one, we can say that at the very beginning, and I think this will stay there. But I'm thinking that, but having said that, because we talk about trade-offs throughout the discussion of the parts of structures of sand and, well, because this is sort of, oh, is this a new heading?
so this would then be 5.
Oh, okay, no, I was just understanding, no, okay, leaving it where it is sounds good.
75 and 37-year events.
But is it weird to talk about trade-offs before we talk about the structures?
Then so maybe we should move all of that down below. What?
So that's where I was suggesting earlier, that this section of trade-offs should just be commentary that it is a broad and complex, that there's lots of non-local, like you were talking about project area. Well, here's where we have to describe that there are impacts outside of the project area.
Right.
And it's impacts economically, ecologically, starving one area of sand from another. But if we could streamline this into a paragraph instead of 3 that's a little less descriptive, if we're going to add the descriptive after we talk about
The 3
That's
paragraphs
how
are
it
too
was
much.
supposed to be, but then like a lot of text got written in now. We have to figure, I don't want to lose the detail, but I guess we have to take it apart and put it back together again. But then I don't think it should be all separate sections, because they're all going to be short. And so maybe they are just all part of the intro, it's just they're all way too long.
I don't think it's any problem to have short sections, as long as they're different topics.
Yeah, I don't think that.
So if you like categories of management approaches as its own number, and then what are currently allowed as its own number.
Okay,
And then one paragraph under trade-offs and adverse impacts.
Yeah, the thing is, if you read the sections on, here, like on structures that trap sand and et cetera, they include trade-offs in them.
Yes.
So they're including the trade-offs as part of it. That was the reason I was thinking the ecology moved to the end, or stay at the beginning would make sense, because you are doing trade-offs throughout that.
I think what was originally in E in the intro under this new structure needs to be
Well, it
moved
was
and
always
simplified.
meant to just be like a couple sentences in the intro.
Well, I think having it
Written
here-
is more.
Here, because like, but for example, on the sand, you have growing stuff, all sediment and or discouraged because of the effect, but, you know, you go on to talk about,
Mhm.
so those sections are already talking about trade-offs.
So do we just delete this then? We just delete these paragraphs right here? Just get rid of them.
But can at least keep.
Well, that's
sections like-
that's the ecology one. if you want to
I
keep
know,
that.
you worked hard on this text, and
Well, I'm
there's a
saying-
lot of
so-
references in it, so.
Yeah, if you just put them down.
And this was written before we had the executive summary in mind, so now the executive summary, I think, could do a lot of this work.
No, we moved this to I jumped this in the executive summary because there was too much detail here. This is what's in the executive summary.
Then they could be
isn't it?
removed here. I
Let
didn't
me
think
see.
so, but I thought, but if it is, that's great.
Yeah, we definitely want to hold on to it, because I think that whether to make sure it's in the executive summary, or to make sure that that content is below, you don't want to lose the content, you want to make sure that it is in there somewhere.
That's what I'm.
The only thing about numbering these is then, the way we're talking now is introduction really becomes, aside from that first little paragraph from the beginning, introduction becomes an introduction to physical processes in North Carolina.
It's not an
really the point
introduction
of
to the whole
reports,
report.
Right, the point of the report is not that, and so the introduction really isn't then about what the report is.
So maybe that's where a paragraph about the broadest level of trade-offs should go.
Yeah, or it's, I think it's hard to strip out to not have management approaches in the introduction, since the report is about specific management approaches.
Yeah, so I'm gonna put this back. I think we're gonna leave this as C, categories of management approaches. That's gonna be short. And then we do, maybe D is what's currently allowed. And that's not very long. And then maybe E is just a short statement about, a short paragraph. But we have to, I could work on making sure that all of this is somewhere.
Yeah, it would be nice to keep that one eco paragraph, because I think that's what it is. No, I know.
Oh, well, we'll definitely keep that.
Because it,
Like, basically, make this into one paragraph and make sure the details and references are either in the executive summary or in the sections below. I think. And then, are you guys okay with that? Because then, I mean, right now it says page 8, but I think we'll be at like page 6.
I think you might have highlighted, you mixed the,
No, I highlighted too much.
what you went to.
Oh, it is just one paragraph.
Yeah.
I already had streamlined it into a paragraph.
Well, there was one paragraph for the.
and there's two for the eco. So we can make that one.
But this could be what you moved into the executive summary. I'm not sure.
I think,
I think it
yeah, so this isn't that long. I
No,
think
it's
this
not.
was me shrinking down a lot into one paragraph. But then, we don't want to lose the detail of the, I guess I thought that when we were talking about ecological impacts here, we were going to have like an overarching statement of like, there are ecological impacts and they're of this type, and that then the specific impacts would be associated with the different structures.
Yeah, but the problem is
It's not possible to do that.
yeah, it's kind of hard because basically any structure that disrupts the shoreline flow within probably 3 to 10 foot depth is going to be affecting migratory fish, things like that.
Right.
So it's not, none of the different structures will have the same effect.
So, do we leave these two paragraphs here so they don't get lost? And just, we're shortening everything above, so it's gonna make the introduction less long?
This is now.
Or do we make it its own section, which I think doesn't quite work?
No, it's not its
I
own
don't think
section.
it can be its own section.
That's why I was wondering if it would work better to have it down past the detailed instructions, detailed discussion of the various kinds of structures.
Can we at least then can you write a few sentences here about the fact that there are ecological effects that are important to consider and that the details
Yeah.
appear below? I feels like it's gonna get a bit buried, and then we're separating the physical trade-offs from the ecological trade-offs, which seems a little,
What about, so in section So what Mara's saying, so the section that's the effects of structures that trap or harden the shoreline.
Yeah.
What if section A is structures that trap sand, section B is harden the shoreline, C is
That's what I was thinking.
ecological, and D is economic.
That's what I was thinking exactly.
Economic stuff there.
Say that again, so A is?
So A is structures that trap sand,
Uh-huh,
B is structures that harden the shoreline,
okay,
C is general
Ecological.
ecological effects. D
Okay.
is economic effects, so what you're drafting.
well, it's not
with the-
economic
or-
effects, it's
or
like economic, maybe we could call it economic
Considerations.
Considerations or something.
I think that's what I was thinking exactly.
I got you, okay.
Ecological
And
considerations.
then we go to case studies, rather than have the other stuff.
Because then it will go straight into case studies,
Yeah.
which I think is
Okay,
great.
I like that.
In the sand trapping and hardening sections, those currently include the adverse impacts, which I maybe still appear in the structure.
So
but
maybe
then
we
it's-
just need to say
eco-
shoreline hardening and adverse, or shoreline hardening benefits and adverse impacts, and structures that trap sand, benefits and adverse impacts. And that way, we're making it clear that's what those are.
Then the ecological adverse impacts are a little separate in the structure, but I'm not,
Yeah.
that might be the best we can do.
Yeah, because they kind of cross over both.
Mhm.
Ecological impacts, and then, wait, it's A, B, and so is it C that's ecological?
Yeah.
And you want to make it considerations, so they're both economic considerations, ecological considerations.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And now that economic consideration can exactly the whole idea of what you have to consider.
Yeah, I like that a lot, this is good. Okay, so then this goes back to, this is 3. This is 3 again. And then we're gonna move, what is this doing? This is good. We're gonna move these
Those two
two
paragraphs.
paragraphs. Okay. That's nice and clean. X down to, I'm gonna change that number. Sorry, so, let me watch that list again. Ecological considerations. All right, economic will go in later. I'm gonna just accept that change. Where is it? I shouldn't be editing this stuff. Did it paste? Oh, it did just paste. And then, bring back up.
And I like leaving this paragraph in E, because it's just saying, before we get into these different approaches, there are trade-offs, like the way you've written about the book.
Yeah, and then we can add that sentence about how it's relatively easy to solve a problem in one place, but
Right.
difficult in the other. Do we want to include anything about hazards? Is that something that,
Hmm.
I mean, I know there's literature on impacts on recreation and boating, and
feel like-
swimming, beyond our
I
purview.
kind of feel like we want to, no, I think it's,
It's
I mean, if-
relevant, it's part of a trade-off.
Parallel
It
to
is.
ecological.
and if not, then it may not, it may be ignored. It may not,
Maybe
you
we
know.
could add a couple of
Recreation.
paragraphs on like ecological impacts, recreational impacts.
Yeah, I mean, it can be a paragraph, I mean, it
Yeah.
doesn't have to be a whole
Yeah.
long term, but,
Yeah.
Use
Recreational.
considerations, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, oh, this is
Yeah.
feeling better, wow, good job.
I can do a stab at recreational considerations. for
Could
that.
you? That would be amazing. Okay, so, we put your name on that. Okay,
I won't have the references today, but I can
but
get the
you're gonna
verbiage.
take, right, that'd be great, and then add the references after? Okay, so.
As part of it is
does-
our recreational fishing. and-
Right,
sort of
fishing
thing.
and also boaters,
And
swimmers,
boating,
yeah, all that.
yeah.
Surfing, all that.
Okay.
So in this new structure now, where am I supposed to move? I mean, we're gonna remove most of that whole estuarine thing, but I'm supposed to move a couple sentences about that in the jetties.
Okay,
And now I
let's-
don't even know where I was supposed to move it to. 'cause
Now-
we-
Intro for sure.
You're not
Okay,
keeping up, Joe.
So hang on,
I've
no,
lost
no,
my
we've got this, we've got this, okay. So, we were going to, so we did the reorg, I'm gonna just read it, I'm gonna strike it, because we did it. Text, where's that?
I'll go over and remove a couple of the eco sentences that are mixed in above. So
Okay, I don't remember how to strike
I
it.
was still going to do that now, because now it's moved below in the R&D.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Because they're like, I put,
Okay,
there's a
so you'll
redundant
tidy
couple
that
sen-
up. Okay, so
Yeah.
you're gonna tidy that up, and you're gonna add recreational?
Yes.
That's great.
That's right.
Okay, Martin's got it down. All right, was section 2B, the beginning of 1C. 2B is still the same.
Yeah, except there's actually,
Can I go ahead and just delete it now?
No,
Two people can be editing at once.
yeah, you can go for it. You can go for it now. 2B is still the same, it's the short. Got bulkheads in here.
I've got an idea.
Okay, but hang on, Joe and I are trying to figure something out. Was it just 2? Why
it
didn't we
was
say
this, it was
2B?
2, but that's where I think there were two things we had from, one was we said 2A to 1C.
Work
Work on-
bulkheads and revetments into section
Okay.
2A.
So it's not really 2A, that was just that 2, this.
No, it is 2A, it's this. It's, because the
Oh, right, right,
structures
right,
that
where we said seawalls and
trap
revetments.
sand, wait, but that's not A,
No, B,
it's B.
2B.
Yeah,
I
so
was
we were
supposed
gonna
to
work
move-
bulkheads and revetments into section 2B.
Yes, okay, that makes
Okay.
sense.
And then move something to beginning of 1C.
So that was that first part of section 2, all estuarine, living shoreline, blah, 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 was supposed to be shortened and moved up to the intro. Is that what you?
Yes, and it was gonna go to 1C where we would talk about the approaches. Because that's where we were gonna say, that's where we were gonna talk about their high energy open ocean coastlines and low energy estuarine shorelines. And the approaches used are different, and we're gonna focus on,
Okay, so
I
that's still
think that's where
1C.
you were gonna
One-
condense that and put it in 1C.
Okay.
Is that?
I was,
Do you
that
have some
sounds good.
alternative suggestions to that?
I did, yes, but I like that idea, but I was gonna suggest it could go into that, what I'm been writing as scope, that first paragraph in the intro, just here we're gonna talk about these things,
Mhm.
and we're not gonna talk about estuaries. I'm definitely happy with C placement.
Well, but then approaches, but then for the section C, do we just remove everything that's not sandy open ocean? Yes, let's see. Introduction. In this section, we provide an overview of the natural process that includes shoreline change. We also introduced 5 different ranching cap. Yeah, maybe we don't need to say that. Yeah, that all needs to be rewritten. Brad, do you want to take a stab at rewriting that first intro that you're are you calling this first paragraph scope?
That's what I, yes.
Is that, Greg, are you highlighting that? Is that you?
That was
No.
perfect.
That's you, Joe. Do you agree that we just need to make that different?
Yeah, I think now that we have a redesigned workflow
Yeah,
and
so-
thought of what's going to be in there or where, because now we don't want to highlight differences between low energy and open ocean coastlines because we're making it a sentence or 2, right? So we don't necessarily
Right.
want to pull that out in the,
So I don't know, Joe, do you want to,
In here.
why don't you and Brad work on that piece? Because some of your stuff will go in there,
Yeah.
some of what you have can go in there.
That could be Joe.
Do you want to just work on that there?
yeah.
Okay, and that's where we can put the, and that's, is that where you'll mention that we're not gonna talk about jetties either? Because those are navigation.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to get that specific.
Yeah, no,
But
that's.
where are we gonna do that? Because we were gonna do that under the categories of management.
Yeah, it probably still goes under C, categories of management, that we're not considering navigation channels and jetties, or estuarine, it probably all goes mostly in C.
What we were just talking about putting an intro where we go on CC.
I think so, otherwise does the intro get too specific if we try to say that up front?
I kind of like to say, how about, Brad, you work on an intro scope paragraph, and then you work on making C more streamlined, and the two just have to work together. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I'll start by taking that section 2 and putting it in here, and then I can hop to, or wherever you get with intro or do.
But who's gonna streamline C?
Me.
You're gonna streamline C?
Yeah, since I'm already in that section, unless Spencer wanted to, I think you had mentioned
Well, Spencer's working on a few case studies
Yeah,
though,
so
so
I-
maybe
I
we'll
don't
let
have a problem
him do that and then you, so Joe's gonna streamline C. Greg, do you wanna work on the bald head section?
I can, so Joe's already, you already got a bald head section, right?
Yeah.
So I can go back and just kind of
And,
review it and
You can erase the
tweak. No, 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 no.
and when you do, Greg, can you refer to these questions right here?
Yeah,
In that
the,
document?
yes, yeah.
And check that we're answering them kind of
Yes.
in that order?
Yes.
Does
Yep.
that work?
Yep.
Okay, and then I also had you down for Presque
Presque
Isle.
Isle. Yep.
Yeah, if you could jam those two things out, that'd
Okay.
be amazing.
Are we
And
suggesting
you're
or
on
editing?
C. You should just edit.
So,
'Cause I think you're rearranging it so much that suggesting would be kind of crazy, right? Unless you think it's something that you want somebody else to weigh in on, just edit it.
I will probably just edit it and then I'll highlight something if there's something that like,
That's
I'm
better.
not sure how I
Yeah.
think this is.
Okay.
a quick question,
Please,
case studies.
yes.
So our case studies are probably not going to address some of the trade-offs. Like we're not going to talk about ecological. My guess is the case studies are going to be really physical. Like here's this response. I just mentioned that because I think the ecological is really important, but we may not have any info to talk about that in the case studies.
Well, would it be possible for Martin to maybe make some commentary on what the likely ecological impacts would be in the absence of data on that?
For which ones?
In the case studies, we're kind of, here's all this info about the different types of structures, the trade-offs, and then we get these case studies, but the case studies, I think, tend to be very narrow on just the physical.
Well, for at least Fort Macon and for Baldwin, definitely we can talk about some of the ecological things. And I could probably write something that potentially like US for Buxton.
Okay. I just think if we're going to do case studies and we're going to talk about impacts, or effects of hardening, it would be great if our case studies actually had some ecological impacts as well.
And for
So if you can-
right now, I'm doing a beach renourishment impact study. Well,
So you can do
trying to
that for
evaluate
Bald Head?
anyway.
You
Okay.
can do that for Bald Head?
Well, and also for, the Curry Beach one. That's Curry
For-
Beach.
For Fisher?
For Fisher, there you go.
Okay,
I can do it for those two.
okay. Do you think you might be able to make general commentary on the others?
Yeah, I can make general
Okay,
commentary.
I'm putting it on our list.
These are for the 3 long descriptions.
Perfect. And what are the 2 things you're working on right now?
Yeah.
Just so we can keep track.
I've just finished cleaning up references, and cleaning out, removing, and condensing the ecological references that were scattered elsewhere. And I put them into one place. I've done a
You
little
put
bit
them
of-
back down to that
Right.
tab in that section?
Yep, and now I'm working on the recreational section.
Okay, great. Brad, what is your plan? What do you think?
I could take a shot at the scope.
That'd be great. And then Spencer, you're on case study. Thank you. That's great.
I'll do, for Fisher, well, we'll look over all of them and
Okay.
break it down.
And you have that document with those 5 questions? Did you get that? Or do you want to write these down? Because we're trying to answer these kind of in order for each one.
Where is it posted?
I sent a link in your email to this doc,
Okay.
and it's kind of midway down the first page. It's great. Okay, and I'm gonna go like clean up some of the spots that I edited and just.
Just fill in this scope. See if this structure is corresponds to what we're all thinking.
You want to pay attention to the statements
I
too?
don't have
When you say
letters here. This is just the paragraph I wanted to draft for what we talked about. Potentially a little bit of what we don't talk about. And then the paragraphs about processes, North Carolina processes, the 5 approaches shortened, what's allowed in North Carolina, the 1 paragraph about trade-offs.
So what is your question?
Mhm.
You're working on this.
I just wanted to go over the overall picture.
Yeah.
So
That's right.
I can write in scope, but it is, and then section 2 is the two sections we've got in there, including
Includes
the
it.
physical impact.
So I'm gonna change those headings to shoreline structures that trap, and like to say benefits and adverse effects or something, because otherwise it won't be clear that that's what the physical impacts are. Okay,
Recreation, inspiration, ecological, economic, and
yeah, that's it. So in your scope, are you gonna lay out the whole thing?
in some, yeah.
Very generally,
Just
briefly?
like one paragraph.
Yeah, that's great. And also mention that this was a charge, this is in response to a request or charge from them. And after that, Brett, I don't know if you want to take a stab at intro sentences for the executive summary. 35 minutes. And what Dave is saying, do you have a reference for the Outer Banks as the overwash plains Dave, prior to the construction of the CCC? There must be a reference for that.
Godfrey and Godfrey.
Godfrey and Godfrey? I have it. Okay.
My take is they're more hummocky dunes than overwash.
I don't know, Dave has photos of just like flat, sandy,
Depending on the area.
a lot of chunks of the Outer Banks. Cape Nat, I'm referring to Cape Hatteras National Seashore.
Hummocky dunes are odd.
The Hummocky Dunes, Godfrey and Godfrey was comparing South Carolina Hummocky Dunes to, that's a dune paper,
Yep.
not an overwash paper.
It's their paper, it's a benchmark paper on
Hummocky Dunes versus
changing
non-dune.
salt spray with the elevation of the dunes and habitat transitions.
Is that
on
one
bigger
of my
dunes
favorites?
from wiping out the grassland and allowing the Trump ticket to project.
Any references for section C? This is about what we need references to, you make a note, the one we are doing.
And I have a, so this, we can redo this then. I took out most of the estuary stuff, but I still wanted a little intro paragraph. for this section, because
Yeah,
we
it
don't
needs-
need that.
it needs that.
It's kind of a combination of what you and I both had.
That's great.
It lists the considerations, so you can edit that way, but do that if you want.
Function, benefits,
Yeah, later we call it considerations, it's almost the term here. So.
we need to talk about adverse effects.
Yeah, as long as we use the same.
Where's the step
Section E,
here?
section E is called.
Trade-offs and adverse
Adverse
effects.
impacts.
Oh, effects.
So we're gonna go impacts or effects. or-
Effects. And what's the wording?
And then, yeah, so down below now, if you say. say adverse. Which is.
Well,
right,
but
here
we
we're-
also say benefits,
I know,
functions,
I know.
benefits, oh, you mean
It's
instead
just
of
saying,
trade-offs?
well, I'm just saying here, we're
Oh.
saying, we're calling it the effects, and we're saying, well, that's positive and negative, but then down here, we break them out into positive and negative, and maybe that's fine.
Because here they're merged,
Yeah.
because we don't call it out,
Right.
just because it's a big section. Change it.
Maybe this just needs to be called structures that transcend shoreline, and then down here is where we're saying.
You can do that instead of the effects.
Because part of it is the definition, and the part of it is, it's just.
So it's about water.
Right.
Oh, we said we're going to say protecting.
Oh, yeah, yeah, no. Yeah, I was just gonna say, do you wanna say mitigating erosion by traffic slam?
Yeah.
That's scary on the first link on Google search. It's on the artificial seaweed.
For artificial seaweed. do a longshore instead of longshore? We just need to pick. Engineers like longshore better.
I typically say a long
I
think it-
said a long.
I think it depends on the context. I use both.
You do? When do you use one versus the other?
I will talk about longshore center transport, but then I'll talk about a structure that is along shore. I don't know if that's a good
I
example
will,
of that.
and I'll talk about a longshore fisherman migratory movements.
I don't see those as necessarily
Are you okay if we
synonymous.
just call it the longshore sediment transport, just a longshore?
It's fine. I'm gonna lose sleep.
I think it
over
might
this
confuse
because
people if we use both.
That's fine.
Okay. I also need to say probably 15 minutes. Because we're not, this is for open ocean. Just Spencer's point that inlets are where there's the highest erosion rate, but we're not doing that. This is for open ocean.
They like
really just looking at that. And that's why I had put CE in there, this is a reminder to me that I need to go back and do it.
What
So
site is it?
you say 2011? Yep. And then I can write up the citation for this.
Is this one
All right, so I rewrote that Buxton section to focus on those questions. That's another assignment.
Yes.
I don't need one.
No, we can do that. Look at the list. You want us to draft chart of recommendations?
Recommendation section. All right, let me think about that.
Thank you for being here. Yeah, thank you for being here. There are a couple notes about it in the,
In the notes you took?
yes. I mean, I don't know if we might be able to do something from what I sent around earlier.
they use it, but. Well, they should be allowed to, but it's not because it's depleted. So did he say that they're not allowed to use it? Oh, well, that's good. I argued for years not to allow it for us to be not permanent, not to let them go to the paper check, because after you once they move, they keep going, and they did. Until I guess finally they said no. So that's actually encouraging. I was just kidding. So Laura, as you read mine, are you going through and deleting my double spaces after periods? This is a,
Oh, you don't do double spaces?
well,
I
I'm just,
used to do double spacing,
You
and then
don't?
everything's moving towards single spacing.
What does that mean? Everything,
Well, everything.
I get this from my kids all the time. They start calling me boomer because I double space after.
No,
and then-
That's a boomer thing?
And I said, I'm not a boomer.
No, it's not just a boomer thing, because I'm not a boomer.
I'm not either. I'm close. But
And
I'm
I still prefer the double space because I think it's easier to read.
Yeah.
But when I was during college with our daughter, one of the admissions counselors said, we know when you've edited your children's essay because there are two spaces instead of
Really?
a single space.
Oh
So
my
don't
God.
do that.
That is funny. So it is almost,
It is a-
almost a boomer thing.
Well,
I'm a
it's,
boomer, but I'm a one space person.
Well, what in the
They
world?
try and make it-
Outlier, always an outlier, Brad.
I think there's a big enough
I
way
follow.
to fix it.
It is, so you don't have to drive me crazy because I get bothered by formatting.
I can't not do double space. It's like, it's muscle memory. It's just to do.
That's pretty funny.
So are we doing two or one?
I just, everything I
We
write
don't
is
want people to
two.
think that our kids wrote it.
Brad's gonna have to make two spaces.
That shows our wisdom and experience.
If I'm writing with Brad, I write with one space. If I'm writing by myself, really? So journalists were ahead of the,
Ahead of the game.
whatever it is now.
All right, good to know.
presentation.
We'll be there, Stuart.
Yeah, actually, Tammy, if you can look up the date and time, the date and time, so you can get everybody. Maybe just looking at it.
feasibility study at time of the test time, or we still want to try to answer those small questions in paragraph? Well, I don't know. I think it's gonna be hard to do all five in paragraph. And I can start
What do
writing.
you think
and
is
we can
most
cut back.
important? I mean,
I don't think, well,
sentence three,
let me try. Let me
or
put
if
this
it
up.
has to be two paragraphs, I mean.
Yeah, let me see how I can,
Okay,
I will try.
okay. And a photo?
Yes.
And then Google it. Can you just put a comment? Leave that thing up. Okay. I have some more. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's good.
DCM folks, remember where the notice requirement, 1992 permits, something in this section?
I don't know if we should put that in. I think,
Yeah.
are you trying to put that in something? Sorry.
Section says what's,
It's that's the permit condition, and then E is the written acknowledgement. The written acknowledgement from the permit applicant, that is, E, that was the hazard map.
which one was it?
That's a 306E, and a 306G is the permit shall contain the condition that any structure shall be raised to
special sense in the tourism and the recreational refer back
To
to
the,
fishing.
so that is kind of neat. Okay.
Maybe on the ecological, recovery and fishing. I think that's what I mean. I put short birds and turtles on there. And mention specifically the two turtle protected.
I think that's really important because if you don't put them over the head,
Yeah. I did concentrate on
I
the
have
ones.
gotten a few emails.
Yeah, I did concentrate on those that staying better.
Okay.
decide, and some of them, how many we want to do and how much time we have to do them. And an opportunity, and this is where it's interesting to see what the data, and that data right along both of them. How it started, how the erosion continued, how it extended. I think that's a lot to be learned.
Did anyone mention that the breakwaters don't know if it's connected on the neighbors? Is that good? Is that where you are?
Now I'm editing the same after one, but I don't know, I would probably go on like. I'm just trying to stop that from going to A. I think it should go into A.
When you mentioned breakwaters, you're saying that if you don't want to. Typically use breakways to lower the increasing. Unless you're there, right?
Do you want a do you want a citation for that?
Yes.
So, I'll find it in CEM.
Oh,
It's a CEM.
can you just add that in?
Sure, with, can you where to put it?
Second paragraph. Commercial breakwaters.
Okay.
Typically, commercial breakwaters are constructed rubble, now rock or concrete, item two, for instance, concrete and parts of the rubble remains submerged. What would you say? There are no depth times.
Well, I'm going to be careful.
We
It's,
have to refer to ourselves and
yeah,
we could say nearshore breakwaters tend to be used.
yeah, it's rather than say where they're not, say where they're not.
Tend to be used on, lake, shorelines or other lower energy, that's if that's lower energy coastlines.
Usage and level.
I have a reference, I have a reference from Shorten Beach, it is actually a repeat.
It is,
Yeah, it's recognized, it's not the ASDP,
and it's for that.
was for the recreation section.
Oh, great.
It talks about what are the primary drivers for choosing a beach, one of which is regional recreation.
For choosing,
For
choosing
beach,
like.
for beach
beaches.
routes. Yeah,
Oh.
it's regional recreation.
Spencer, should I cross anything off your list? Would you do the Fort Macon and the Fort Fisher, or are they still in progress?
Definitely still going.
Okay.
Now they have
So,
no recreation.
how about if everybody sort of finishes up this sentence or spot they're working on in the next 2 minutes, and then we'll all go through and make that comment. So we'll start with,
We are in the room.
Well, with the notching, I guess, is one consideration, is the notching is a response to what-
Problems.
a problem with blowing. So
You
that's-
could
that's
say
kinda
that
what I
it
was thinking
The
about.
recommendation was shortening, but there was not enough
Right.
money to do that, so instead they notched to mix success.
In the JCR special issue, that there are two other articles in there that talk about some of transporting weight or current through notches. So
We can talk about those.
I can dig into that a little
Okay,
more.
then we can have
So,
Okay, I like that. That would be great.
For patented devices, there's a general strategy of taking methods that are at unacceptable levels of tracking or hardening or whatever, and then weakening its capacity to do that one way or another.
This is a rare system.
It's a strategy for most patents.
Oh, right. But they don't go halfway to find out.
So it's some weakening of the further impact. It doesn't remove it, but often results in weakening structural stability, making it less reliable.
Okay, is everybody? Or are we catching a good sentence? Yeah, okay. So I thought we would just take the last 20 minutes to regroup. And I don't know, Tinker, if you have anything you want to say, or if you want to just make a plan. Okay. So, is there anything we should cross off? I know everybody's been working. Joe, you're going to still be the vice president of that next. We have a few cross-offs here. I'm going to add credit, read drafted recommendations, right?
Oh, thanks.
Brad drafted intro, scope, et cetera, and I don't know, somebody else want to add something else? So and there's been progress made on many fronts. I think these are still in progress, so Joe's gonna work on both types of amendments, and not just section 3D coming up, right?
That first one's done, still working on the second.
Oh, really? So, Martin's working on a recreation section, and he found some references for that again. Martin's also gonna add ecological impacts for two of the case studies that he knows about specifically, and then just some general comments for the other, based on what type of structure it is in the environment. Spencer, you're gonna see if you can find some long-term extension for volume, but Reed, you also wrote to someone about that, right?
Good.
I already got into this comment. I'm gonna start with this.
Oh, you're gonna start with whatever we get back? Okay, so I'll see Reed and Spencer. And if we don't get them, it's okay, we just, so it is. But that'd be nice. And we figure out where to put it. I think there's a note in there about where we go when we're talking about long-term transfer. Spencer, you were doing Fort Macon and Fort Fisher case studies to,
Galveston.
oh, you're out of Galveston.
That's a short one.
That's right. And that, Fort Macon and Fort Fisher, you're just making sure they match the list of questions.
And to get the facts right.
Great.
I didn't get the Fisher study until this morning.
Okay, well, thank you for doing that. That's good. And then, Greg, you're working on the bulkhead section?
I did that.
Oh, you did that. That's great. Joe, you were going to take another
He
look at
needs,
that?
he needs to review it.
I'm doing it right now. I'm changing all that.
Changing all that. What happens if we're both typing in the same area?
It gets really confusing. And it jumps sometimes, it got to be, yeah. Sometimes you can, like, note to someone and have to call them.
Stop typing.
Okay, so Galveston's coming, Joe's gonna review all that, Greg's adding Presque Isle, Greg's adding up the New Jersey Flood and Nottingham example, thank you. I'm gonna add one other example, I'm gonna work on the econ section. Everyone needs to review the recommendations section, which will just probably have to evolve as we go. Next week, for 10 days. What else would you, oh, plus, I also am seeing that we really, Joe, you're gonna add some reps for the living shoreline.
There's a few places I can put that in.
Yeah, we need more references. Spencer, can you add references for the beach nourishment text?
I added comments, me for each of the.
I'm going to follow it all with somebody else.
I can go to this section.
I can add reps for sand trapping, like for doing sand fences and stuff.
Although it's an Army Corps report, important that did an extensive literature review for the nourishment impacts. But more ecological.
Well, and this is also, what's in that section, it's like, I guess it's like, what is it, and what's the benefit, what's the impact? There's the Elko Green review from long ago that gets into, so Joe, you don't have to, what about the section on structures that trap sand? And the section on structures that harden the shoreline, we have a lot of nice description of physical impact in them, we don't reference. So is that something you can help with, Rob? That you put in elsewhere? Okay, that's great. All right, what else needs to be addressed? As we were working through, probably none of us got to read all the way through at all, because we're really doing a good job of focusing on
Matt,
spots.
I think it would, at some early time, it'd be worth reading through what I wrote under recommendations.
Yeah, that's why I
since,
said that, yeah.
I think
Yes.
it's important that that is not my, I mean, unless I write Reed's recommendation as
See,
opposed to.
I put at the top, everyone review and
Oh, okay,
comment
yeah.
on, okay? Yeah,
Good.
no, I think that's really important. And
I mean, it was
thank
based
you,
on something that we had drafted earlier.
And some notes, and important notes that I wrote earlier. Okay. Yes, so, thank you for being brave and drafting for a stab at that, but it needs to come from all of us, so that's really important that everyone needs to have. What else that, I have, for the intro, read through and, tried to streamline with the consistency, but I haven't done that for the opening, and obviously we changed it quite a bit. Are there any big gaps, things that we need to make sure that someone is assigned to, other than the econ section, which we need a little intro for the case studies. Anybody want to grab the sentences there, just to kind of say, there's some lumping of them?
Sure. Yeah, Alex was very helpful in giving me that timeline that I wrote.
Okay, so intro section. What about the executive summary? Roger, did you take a stab at some of that? In addition to the intro, what part did you get? Probably the executive summary should also include some of our recommendations. What's the purpose of an executive summary?
should. I would think.
Executive summary is like a summary of the whole thing. What's that? Greg?
Like a mini report.
It's like a mini report, so you get the gist of all the thing.
Sure.
Considering that some people will only read the executive summary,
I think we agree with the conclusion, the recommendation.
How about Reed? Would you be willing after earlier reading comments to add a few sentences or two or whatever you think is appropriate? What other probably need something like, blah, 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 launcher process, the launcher process, blah, 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 process. Can there just be a brief antigen go on version of special site? I mean, it's supposed to be like a mini report. Okay. Could you do that? Could you summarize our processes and North Carolina sections in the executive summary? And Mr. Martin, sentences about water conservation. Yes, Brad, sentences, what are those sections? Sections 2A and B, at 1A and B. And then all right, what else? You're scrolling. Let's see this one. Citations for recent research addresses ways to increase brain permeability.
Ooh.
Isn't that referencing anything?
Let me look at this. Yeah, yeah. Which may, this leaves a little bit of an administrative question I have.
Yeah.
The CEM is massive.
Yes.
Would it be appropriate to cite specific parts of the CEM rather than just the CEM?
Probably wouldn't hurt to put down a section or a chapter.
Well, they do, it has six
I don't remember how
parts.
it's organized.
It has 6 parts, and each part has a myriad of chapters.
Yeah.
So it's,
I mean, what would make sense and not
Well,
be laborious for you?
it's not laborious for me. I'm more thinking about if we put the couple things I've done, I just say, you say 2011, and someone tries to find it, it
Yeah,
would
it'd
be
be hard.
impossible.
What if you do, you say 2011 semicolon,
Part
Part
whatever,
1, chapter 3.
Okay,
Something like that.
I'll adjust the CEM references
That
to
would
be
be
more specific.
amazing.
Okay.
And add detail, add what, part and chapter to
Yeah. Okay.
And everyone, when we add references, let's add them both parenthetically, and then also put the full citations in the references section, so we don't have to send around last minute going, no. And if you're super pressed for time, and you just don't have time to scroll down, just put it in a comment, and I'll talk to you. That'll let us get it, because we're running out of time. Just make sure to put that full citation in. So, now timeline. And we present this on June 18th.
said it started at, I'm sorry, 10?
10 for
10, thank you.
10, and then the public comment is at 10:30. Is that flexible? Like, might that become 10:15 if it's called to order and it's
Yes.
quick?
That's good, but those times are not hard.
So really, we need to be there at 10.
Yeah, I think that would be so great.
I'm going to be in Newburgh anyway.
Oh, that's good. Anybody else who can come?
I think Laura told me she felt she was gonna get sick right now.
You want to give the presentation?
This is for my dad's celebration of life,
Oh, really?
Um,
I'm sorry.
so I'm going to bring my whole family.
You are going to be otherwise occupied.
No,
I'm
this
sorry.
would be a good
Wow.
reprieve.
Okay. You're tied up. Yeah. Okay, so,
Real quick, get on the purchase,
Okay.
can't make it.
sure. Right, we'll be on the watch. So, what I was getting at was, deadline.
Hmm.
So, it would be nice to have this wrapped up well in time to put a slideshow together. Maybe I would ask for a little bit of help with, as it makes sense, and then certainly get feedback on. So if we back that up, June 18, the week before that is June 11, the week before that is June 3rd, which is next week. So what's a reasonable timeframe for accomplishing this list?
June 17th is good.
I mean, they're all pretty,
When does the document need to go to,
you can go that day,
oh, it can.
but I'd really rather not do that
I'm-
because the slideshow is going to be,
Right, I know, I wasn't sure if they needed it 2 weeks ahead of time or
luckily,
something
no.
like that.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice if we could get it in, right?
Sure.
Yeah, it's understanding the short timeline.
So they'll be forgiving. I would love for us to be completely done with our edits by June 11th, which would mean be completely done with our additions by June 3rd, which is that, give the calendar, next Wednesday. Can we all do that? Like, everything we have listed here, and if you notice there's a gap or a problem or something that needs to be addressed, can you please send the group a message, and we'll assign somebody, and I will also try to start, reading through and making sure it's all in kind of a similar voice and then reading consistent language. But if you can, to the extent possible, use that language, risk reduction, or reduce risk to infrastructure and mitigate erosion as it makes sense. That'll save a little effort. So, okay, we're gonna get, so June 3rd
When you say
is-
June 3rd, you mean close of business June 3rd?
Sure, yeah.
Well, if you don't mean that, say
Yeah,
something different.
So
so-
let's, no, and you're right. So June 3rd, close of business, like this list, all done. And then what we have to do is we really need to commit to all of us. Like what I'll do on June 4th is I will read through the whole thing and try to streamline it and stuff any edits, changes, et cetera. And then if, so that June 3rd is a Wednesday, so it's June 4th, wow. So it's the 5th. Oh, what do your calendars look like on June 5th? You're gone, when are you back? Oh, wow. So you, when do you leave?
7
Oh, but you leave on the 5th.
on the 5th.
So maybe you need to read it with me on the 4th, can you do that? So June 4th,
I have nothing between 9:30 and 11:30.
okay, so you're blocked, except with this there.
I'm joking, because.
Oh, you're meeting with him. Okay, so is there anybody, is there
Nothing
any?
important.
Is there anybody else who isn't available on the 5th? Or at the latest, what's my, no, it's always the 5th, isn't that, wait, no. We still have time, the 5th or the following Monday or Tuesday? Can you block time?
Yeah.
Everybody reads all the way through and gets to something you agree on? And then I'll be working on the slideshow, I'll try to send it around, and I might have spots that say, Spencer, do you have this, or so-and-so needs this, but hopefully we have figures in there, right? And we're gonna have figure captions, so if you're doing a case study, make sure you're writing figure captions and putting them in, because I'll pull those. Which case studies do we want to show?
slideshow?
The presentation. Oh, and I have one other question, it's 4:59, so we have to.
I mean, if you're gonna show case studies, I mean, this is being brought to light for Buxton, and that's why we're here.
Yeah.
But they could fit to the executive suite.
Presentation,
Yeah.
we don't even have a case study. Who's gonna work case study?
Summarize all the case
So
studies.
you mean don't show case
Well,
studies?
something that reinforces the recommendation.
I see what you mean. Okay, so let's be TBA on that. I'll make a proposal. Which case studies? And I have some materials about, how I've given talks before about long-term project costs, so I can pull from that, so you're not starting from scratch. The other last thing I forgot to ask about reef falls. So those were specifically brought up by commissioners as successful in Australia. I think I have a note in here. Does anybody have references on that? I know it's a different coastline, and there are reasons why they won't work here, but those were specifically requested. Do you have a way to?
I took it out.
Google search it, but what's that?
I took it out because it was in that whole estuarine part, and we got more generic, and I said we're not doing the shoreline management approaches and not doing navigation.
Right, but
studies
that
for
was actually an open ocean coastline
Right.
approach. So
I still have
that
the text,
that
but
language
I-
that was, did you take out the language that said that not all approaches used on land or coastlines are appropriate for all other county coastlines? Because that's where I was trying to go with Three Falls. Do you know
So-
about them, Greg?
No, but Joe and I talked a minute, very briefly, a minute ago about submerged breakwaters. I mean, I would
That's
put
what
reef,
reef falls
I would
are.
put reef falls into the category of submerged breakwaters, and I don't think we talk about submerged breakwaters too.
So I added that.
Did you?
Or in the breakwater section, I said no submerged and emerging breakwaters.
Do we need to go into that a little bit? I mean,
Well-
there was a specific request, and I think there are reasons why reef falls won't work. I mean, I'm throwing it for, I'm not the best person. Or why they might cause issues.
Well, first of all, submerged loses storm protection. As they go underwater, it's storm surge.
Yeah.
So they're less effective to deeper the water. They're potentially sand traps.
Well, but they're meant to build beach. So.
Well, one of the problems with them, to a little bit to build on Spencer's point is, to be effective to trip waves, they gotta be fairly shallow,
Right.
which means they get in the way of, other activities that people
Well,
wanna do at the
recreation,
beach.
swimming,
Fishing,
people
recreation,
drown.
swimming,
Surfing.
boating,
Surfing.
surfing.
Can you write something to that effect in there? I don't think we have that in there.
I mean, this is where I went down a rabbit hole just earlier this week this is why I was asking the question earlier. I mean, reef balls are not a huge mass, right? In fact, they aren't solid because they are creating habitat. And so in a beach like Buxton, wouldn't those just end up on the beach?
That's what I think.
Yeah, but I think that's one of the problems.
They don't stay,
You
there's
have
no way
to
to
anchor
fasten
them.
them to
How
the
in the
bottom.
Well, there is,
That-
it's just
Well-
really hard, and you gotta do deep stuff to get them to stay.
The devil is in the details, and the question of whether they end up on the beach or not is really on scale. The smallest reef falls, probably yes. The biggest reef falls, structures like them, their main problem is foundation stability. So the investment you have to make to fix them at a specific elevation is a significant part of the construction effort, not just the reef wall, it's the whole wall. And the common practice, particularly as you get into lower energy, is just throw them on the surface.
Right, and that's sort of what I'm
And
familiar
foundation
with.
stability is a common cause of failure. Because in order to be predictably effective, you have to keep the crest elevation at the same design. And that's challenging for anything to put into.
Yeah, and they're using North Carolina, but.
They are?
Yeah, we have some down in Cape Fear.
Cape Fear, I mean, it's not open ocean.
Yeah, but
Again,
it's not open ocean, that's what I was trying to say, it's.
Wake, they're managing
They,
wake.
oh, they're
Okay.
slowing down both.
Something more
Okay,
safe.
so it is more of an estuarine.
Yeah, but down there, they're designed to protect the,
But I think in Australia, they're open ocean.
And the scale is different. I don't think you're using open ocean.
Size, yes.
Now, the recall is down there about the dig, or the edge of done, and basically, buried.
Like within our structure, for one example of a thin traffic solution, we can follow up on things that we could maybe what we have in
Yeah, but are they a sand trap? I mean, I think of a nearshore breakwater, I mean, a submerged breakwater, excuse me, as more of a wave trip, which, yeah, would reduce sediment transport, but I don't think of them as purpose just to trap sand.
What they're being used at in the Cape Fear River is to basically develop oyster reefs that form barrier
Right.
to waves.
Australia's entirely different.
Yeah, that's what
But-
Australia's.
But to Greg's point, I mean, that's a little bit of trick, because we put for all the breakwaters under structures that trap sand.
Well, I'm making a
So-
distinction between a breakwater and a submerged breakwater.
Right, but I'm saying, we put all breakwaters under
Yeah.
structures that trap sand, so do we need to put emergent breakwaters under structures that trap sand and move submerged breakwaters to storm protection? But then they're not really storm protection because they're too deep.
Yeah, I think it's better to leave it, so Joe added something in the nearshore breakwater, then we can add some verbiage. Leave it in the trapping sand, but just kind of maybe put the primary function is to knock down neighboring.
And that's
And
how
they're
they,
extreme.
and that's how they trap sand.
And
Their
generally-
effectiveness and their reliability is reduced
During storm.
during day operation.
Oh, is relative, so they're not great.
Their storm protection is substantially reduced if it's submerged.
I read, that's what I was saying. Yeah, okay.
You shouldn't use them for storm protection, period. But potentially a sand trap.
Right.
They're silk, for this.
Well, I'm just
They're inside
wanting to
itself.
get two or three. Okay, well, I think we're fine then. So, but I do think we need to mention them as an example of.
There are also many similar pattern expressions.
Well, and I have a few sentences I added saying that there are hundreds to thousands of different,
If you look at those numbers, I have a.
you have a reference for that?
Yeah.
Okay, that'd be great. Reference for how many, yeah.
So back on this
Where is that? Can you tell us the page and paragraph number?
The core of that here is
Page.
a time limit of the study for X number of years and found
Page 9, okay, Spencer's gonna add that in.
thousands of
I believe it.
patterns.
Yeah, so I put that in and then said that, you know, they can all essentially be broken into two categories. And then we talk about these general types. And I think we did a job of saying that. All of these different things can be essentially considered single. And these other things can be called sandbox. And then they may be evolved or, you know.
I think the only numbers I can come up with are version control devices. You're not segmented by hardware or something.
Okay. So we're gonna have this list done by June 3rd, close of business. Greg's gonna read on June 4th and have any comments. And then you'll be back on the 10th, so you can revisit if you need to. But let's have a good read through June 4, what's that, 6 or 7? 4 Friday, 5, 6, and 7. Okay, 4, 5, 8, 9 and comment and edit. And let's just track changes so that we can see make sure we're all converging.
Can you track changes in Google Docs? Will it
Yes,
track changes?
what you do is you go to this little pencil here and
Yeah.
you change it from editing to suggesting, and then it'll track your changes,
Oh, okay.
just like that. Okay? And if you're editing your own stuff, you know, beforehand, you probably just want to leave it under editing instead of suggesting.
Okay.
But yes, that'd be great, just so we can then take a
Is this document the second one you emailed today?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Because that
And
has
we're-
all the due-dates.
This has all the to-dos, and would it be helpful if I send the to-dos in an email as well?
Yes.
Okay. So, and I'll send you this link. And when you finish something, if you can pass it on, that'd be great, so we can kind of keep track of where we are and how we're doing. And then I will aim to send around a draft slideshow a week ahead-ish, and get some feedback. That's not reasonable. Okay. Thank you all so much for spending this time. I feel like it was really productive, and we have moved ourselves forward by leaps, I hope.
I'd be interested in seeing where these reef balls are being used in the open ocean in Australia. I mean,
Did you
I'm not
Google
saying
it?
I can find, I'm just searching for it, and
Was it, it was,
I see where it's,
Commissioner, was it who mentioned them? Oh, it was Larry Baldwin.
I mean, I see where it's being used as artificial reef, as habitat, but not
But
for
not for protection or erosion mitigation.
It would be good if we could find that, just so we don't, like, stick our, foot in our mouth about.
Something that doesn't
For-
even need to be mentioned,
For the
yeah.
estuarine use in North Carolina, so it's not open beach.
Yeah.
It is being used to reduce erosion to erosion potential islands.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what
That's
estuarine,
estuarine.
that's
Again,
estuarine.
I'm
Yeah.
talking about,
Yeah.
Yeah.
because
So maybe what we could do is if we can't find the open ocean application, we can mention reef balls in the estuarine along with bulkheads and shoreline, just
Put it
so
in-
that
I
it's
put it
in
in
there.
the comments.
He said it's a reference, did you get it?
But I think he said it was open ocean, but maybe he
You want to
wasn't.
equip that scene as
habitat, right? There is open ocean, but it's habitat, it's not for protection.
Yeah, they use it for like Great Barrier Reef.
That's right.
For,
It's being
So
used
is
as
there somewhere
habitat.
we can say that within this, because that would make sense?
No, it's not relevant.
It's just that it was brought up as a, well, hey, these make habitat and also,
no, it is being used as a
Whereas how to mention it, we're not doing estuarine shorelines, we're not doing navigation channels, and we're not doing projects that
and
are
we're
intended for
spec-
habitat.
Just for
Right.
and maybe
It's not
say, and we're
about habitat
specifically
protection.
only focusing on structures that are
Projects, development.
specifically in place on open ocean coastlines to do these two things. I think we say that.
We already, yeah, in the first paragraph, controls and
So when the question comes up, we,
We
you know,
can talk about that. Okay.
Baldwin
Thank
sent,
you.
two emails with
Baldwin
six
did?
of 7 references.
Larry
Links.
Baldwin?
You have
To
them?
all of us?
To you,
I remember that now. Okay. Can you forward that to all of us? I'm sure you did.
yeah, I'll.
Oh, and I have to work on that other state section. Commissioner Lindsay, do you mind if I share that table around?
Yeah, sure.
I think, thought I did, but I'm not sure that I did, because I don't tend to forward emails without apps. So, have you added anything to it, or?
Not that one.
Not that one? Okay, all right. Well, thank you. I'll share on this for everyone's input.
Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Is it okay to adjourn the meeting?
Please.
Thank you.
Not sure if anybody's ever watched me write before. Very strange.